Or do you support that effort?
Oh, absolutely. This is long overdue. And this predates October 7th. I mean, the anti-Semitism that has been raging on college campuses has been going on, unfortunately, for a very long time, all under the guise of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is a movement that is designed to undermine, the very foundation of our country and Israel, which is the only democracy in the Middle East. And so, it is, it's unfortunate, but I think it's necessary for the administration to take strong actions against these institutions that permit it, that allow it, that encourage and engage in it. And, everything from revoking visas to revoking federal aid and including student loans. The fact is that these individuals, are violating Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. It's why I introduced the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, and I'm fighting so hard to get that passed in this Congress.
Now, on the left, they say that this is a crackdown on free speech, like the attempt to deport Mahmoud Khalil, a graduate student last year who led some of the demonstrations on campus.
Not at all. Look, people are entitled to engage in free speech. They're entitled to engage in peaceful protests. But the moment those protests turn violent or threaten others or threaten the rights of others or infringe upon the rights of others, you subject yourself to penalty. And the fact is that, when Hamas and Iran are praising your protests, when you're regurgitating the propaganda of terrorist organizations and state sponsors of terror, there are consequences for that.
Now, let's get to other controversial deportations. There was, of course, the flights in March of the alleged gang members to El Salvador. On the planes was one man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The White House and the Trump administration say that there was a clerical error to get him there, but they refuse to bring him back, or at least the demands to bring him back. They say he's a gang member. Democrats, 4 more of your colleagues on the left are going to El Salvador. They say that he should be brought back. I want you to hear what White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said on Fox on Monday morning.
To the Democrat Party, who thinks that they are going to bring this foreign terrorist back to the United States of America to live a peaceful and happy life, that is never going to happen.
Congressman, do you think the White House is correct here? Do you think there's a middle ground? Where are you on this issue?
Well, I think there's a middle ground. Number one, my Democratic colleagues look a little foolish in terms of how vociferous they are trying to defend this gentleman who allegedly has ties to MS-13. And the more information that comes out, the more likely it is that he has, in fact, had engagement with MS-13. But at the same token, the Supreme Court has ruled 9-0 and has put an injunction in another instance with respect to some of these deportations. And I think it's imperative that we abide by these rulings. Ultimately, with Mr. Abrego Garcia, if he is brought back to the United States, and he should be under the Supreme Court ruling, but if he is, he will be ultimately deported again. Caroline is right. He's not going to live some peaceful life here in Maryland, as my Democratic colleagues have tried to just call him a Maryland man. But the process should be adhered to. And, I think it's imperative that we uphold the Supreme Court ruling, even if we disagree with it or disagree with certain elements of it. And I would remind many of my Democratic colleagues, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama had millions of people deported. And so this idea that somehow deporting anyone who, frankly, should not be here is somehow wrong, is comical at best.
Congressman, the one big beautiful bill, as President Trump calls it, he wants to get this reconciliation process through the Senate. Obviously, the House, you have to work together. Where are you on getting this budget framework passed?
Look, we have to work together and address the many issues that we're facing as a country, from the border to national defense to getting a tax bill passed and reining in the size and scope of the federal government, all of which are going to be part of this bill. My focus is on obviously the tax bill and lifting the cap on salt, as well as protecting vital programs like Medicaid and making sure that those who are legally eligible to receive those vital benefits continue to do so. And so, we are going to work through these issues in the coming weeks and move expeditiously on getting a bill passed.
Democrats oppose all this, and they've said that you can't just find cuts in the budget through waste, fraud, and abuse. You're going to have to make cuts to Medicare and Social Security and Medicaid. That's what they say is going to happen. What do you say when you hear that?
Well, number one, they're lying because, first of all, Social Security cannot be touched as part of reconciliation. It's very clear. And so when they say things like that, it's just obvious they're attempting to scare people and not actually engage in a constructive dialogue. Number two, I've been very clear that I am not cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid benefits to anyone. The fact is, people rely on Medicaid, for instance. Those in the IDD community are seniors, children, single mothers. The fact is, they need these vital programs, and we want to make sure that they are there for them. But when you have people abusing the system, when you have people misusing taxpayer money, such as illegal immigrants getting Medicaid benefits, like in New York, where they're spending over $1 billion on benefits for illegal immigrants through Medicaid, or those who are able-bodied adults without any dependent children who are collecting benefits and not working. These are things that we should want to make sure. And this wasn't a Republican idea. Bill Clinton championed work requirements back in the 90s. But the fact is, with $36 trillion in debt, a $7 trillion annual budget, $2 trillion annual deficits, we need to get our spending under control across the entirety of the federal government.
I know you want to extend the Trump tax cuts. You talked about SALT, and that is the limit on the deduction people can take for state and local taxes. Where are you on trying to get that changed?
It's critical, and I've been very clear. If there's not a fix for SALT, there won't be a bill, because I will not support it. And I know I have a number of my colleagues who feel the same way. But we are negotiating in good faith as part of this package, and I feel confident that we will be able to get a number that is beneficial to middle class and working class families all throughout my district and across the country, especially that live in high tax areas. It's an issue of double taxation and fairness. And we should not have a tax code that penalizes people because they're paying higher taxes to their state governments, especially when there are other states who may have lower tax burdens but are taking more in money from the federal government than they are returning to the federal government. So, this is obviously a major issue. And, my Democratic colleagues want to say, oh, it's just about tax cuts for the rich. And that's just not true. I mean, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provided significant tax relief to every American by doubling the standard deduction. And if this expires, the standard deduction will be cut in half, which would be disastrous for every American.
Congressman Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York, representing the 17th District. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It's Dom time. Dom's here down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medishare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing. Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local Park Friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org. Join us for the 70th Acres of Diamonds Gala, Thursday, May 8th at the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts, where Temple Health, a leader in academic medicine, is raising funds to advance healthcare in our region. Enjoy dinner, dancing, and an evening with purpose. Celebrate honorees H. Chase Lemfest and Reverend Michael A. Major Sr., and help us make a lasting impact for our region. To purchase tickets or make a gift that will build better lives, visit tuhgala.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Funeral services set for Wednesday for Pope Francis.
It will take place as expected in front of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican City, presided over by Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re, the 91-year-old Dean of the College of Cardinals. World leaders will be in attendance, including President Donald Trump.
Fox's Jonathan Savage, the Vatican, releasing images of Pope Francis in an open coffin as cardinals are meeting to start the process of selecting a successor to the pontiff. Pope Francis died of stroke and heart failure after weeks of battling lung issues. He was 88. And President Trump is expected to dine with the Prime Minister of Qatar today. Amid peace deal negotiations to end Russia's war with Ukraine, the President said Monday there's a very good chance for a deal. He also says he'll reveal details of the proposed peace plans in the coming days. America's listening to Fox News.
is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
NBA and NHL playoffs rolling on. The Pistons topped the Knicks 100-94 to even their series 1-1 on the hardwood. On the ice, the Capitals got Alexander Ovechkin's first career playoff overtime game winner to beat the Canadiens 3-2 in Game 1. The Jets went up 2-0 on the Blues with a 2-1 win. Boston Marathon, Kenya's Sharon Lokedi broke the women's course record, finishing in 2 hours, 17 minutes, 22 seconds. Another Kenyan, John Career, won the men's race in 2 hours, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Duke super freshman Cooper Flagg officially declaring for the NBA draft. The 18-year-old expected to go number 1 overall after leading Duke to the Final Four. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This is now going to be an NCAA rule, and it's going to change. I said when it is now okay, it's acceptable for these ESPN guys who are in bed with the SEC to talk about how bad it makes the sport look. When coaches ask guys to take a dive, I was like, something's going to happen, and it did. So under the new rule, if medical personnel is forced to enter the field of play to evaluate an injured player after the ball is spotted by the officiating crew, that player's team will be charged a timeout. If that team does not have any remaining timeouts, a 5-yard delay of game penalty will be assessed. That's a nice step in the right direction. Not going to stop a team from just giving the signal quicker, and as soon as the ball is tackled or on the sideline, taking a dive. And honestly, if it's in the process of being spotted, I'm up for the ref's discretion on it. If he thinks they're faking, call the penalty and roll with it.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Business executives with Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, and Target met with President Trump on Monday to discuss relief from tariffs that have destabilized global supply chains and rattled consumers. Officials with Target and Walmart described the White House meeting as productive. A Home Depot official said the company looks forward to continuing a constructive dialogue with the White House. Following the murder of one of its executives, United Health has revealed in a filing that it spent $1.6 million on security for its top employees last year. It averaged out to $330,000 for each of its 5 named executive officers. The CEO of its Optum division received more than $900,000 in security-related expenses. Chipotle, that calls itself a Mexican grill, is hoping to do what Taco Bell could not: succeed in Mexico. Chipotle plans to open its first restaurant south of the border early next year. Taco Bell tried twice and failed. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you prepared for the next emergency? Hi, this is Jessica with C. Crane. It is important to prepare ahead of time before the power goes out with a radio that works without electricity. In our fast-paced world, staying informed is essential. Whether you're facing an unforeseen natural disaster or simply desire a reliable, high-quality radio, the CC Radio Solar with Bluetooth becomes a necessity. With its built-in oversized solar panel and wind-up, fold-out crank, this radio can keep going long after power is gone. You'll always be informed of the latest conditions with the NOAA Weather Band and Weather Alert. With its superior reception and voice-focused audio, you can enjoy your favorite radio shows or easily connect via Bluetooth to listen to your favorite podcasts or music. You can get the CC Radio Solar by calling C. Crane at 800-522-8863 or by visiting us online at ccrane.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan Law Practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected! Also, you forgot to renew your website domain and now you're in a bidding war!
You should see the look on your face!
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phils City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. From D.C. to CBP, the Phils welcome the Nats to South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Tuesday, April 22nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 at WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. The whole band back together again. Say it ain't so, Joe. It's been like 3 weeks. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
You sound thrilled to return.
No, it's good. It's good. We're all good.
You're all good?
We're good. We're ready to start a week on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a lot to get to today. I'm going to have to rip into Jennifer Griffin, Joe Rogan, Tony Fauci, perhaps Pete Hegseth, while defending Kristi Noem. Might be the only guy in all of media that does all of that in the first hour of today's show. A lot to get to, including a big take on the monster or monsters of the masses. We'll get to that. Disappeared is apparently the new buzzword for Democrats. That's their new phrase. Disappeared. Trump's going to disappear you. If he could do it to an MS-13 member, he could do it to anybody in any marginalized community. Disappeared. Poof. Gone. Just like that. Also, a lot of us perhaps fell into debt or lost money or had a business shut down during the pandemic. And then there's others that doubled their net worth. We'll play a game called Fauci's Fortunes coming up later in the show today. This guy. That's unbelievable. And also, in the pushback to Donald Trump, if you thought Elon Musk was unique with his dark MAGA, well, get ready for dark woke.
Dark woke.
Dark woke.
Dark woke.
It sounds like a Marvel DC comic action flick.
I think they tried this. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they tried this with some Marvel movies and it failed.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
We'll get to that this morning. Plus, I have some good news for Pennsylvania.
Thank God.
On the mail-in ballot registered voter front here.
Now we can all sleep better at night.
With the GOP.
Yeah.
Yes. Plus, Biden knew the whole time that it was a grift, according to a report. We'll fill you in with those details. And Donald Trump says, hail to the Chiefs. Not hail to the Redskins, but hail to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Very interesting story.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that. Plus,
wow.
Yeah,
God.
we're going for 9 hours today.
All right.
I've got
what I like to hear.
I've got the next 2 shows planned out.
Good.
So whatever we don't get to today, we'll just finish up tomorrow. Where have all the nicknames gone? Where have all the nicknames gone?
Great question.
Names?
Nicknames, yeah.
Nicholas.
Remember that song, Where Have All the Cow? Who sang that? Was that Sheryl Crow?
Yeah, it was some one-hit
Some
wonder.
90s one-hit broad?
Yeah.
All right.
Susanna Vega or something? No, it wasn't her, but it was somebody like that.
Okay. I remember that song.
Okay.
1995. Yeah. Plus the cut sheet and a whole lot more.
We had a lot on the cut sheet, by the way. Lots.
Juicy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of salacious stories out there.
I'm taking it back from you amateurs.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man. I don't. Can you voice track the questions the night before? Yeah, everybody else voice tracks around here. Can you voice track the cut sheet and then we'll just answer the clips? God, I hate introducing those clips.
Yeah.
Especially when there's expletives in them and nobody tells me about it, and then I look like the stooge. But that was yesterday's show. We'll find something else to complain about today. Speaking of that, let's get to the news. I'm sure there's complaints. I'm sure there's crime. And all sorts of unruly behavior. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning, April the 22nd. We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. A lot of news going on, a lot to update you. We want to begin with an update on a story that I reported yesterday, and that is what happened over the rough Easter weekend for Temple University students. At least 5 Temple University students either robbed and or assaulted over the Easter weekend. So Philadelphia police, there was a news conference yesterday, Philadelphia police confirming they're still searching for more suspects wanted for those assaults. Officials, Temple University, now they're partnering with the Philadelphia Police Department, and they want to find those suspects wanted for all the chaotic events that unfolded at the campus over the weekend. So they say that large group of young kids between the ages of 11 and then older teenagers, but mostly underage, K through 12 kids is what they told us yesterday, on campus Saturday and Sunday. We're talking about hundreds of underage kids. Those are the suspects, and they've revealed and released some new photos of some of the suspects. But they say that Temple University Police Department as well as Philadelphia PD giving us some new details on this one. And so we have another robbery, at least 2 assaults, even a fake gun that was seized, and an incident, they say, of harassment that happened on Easter Sunday. So this investigation continues. It looks like they have at least 8 people in custody. I think that's up 1 from yesterday. Yesterday we had 7 arrested. So they've obviously, in the past 24 hours, arrested now an 8th individual. But we know that a Temple student was robbed. That happened on Saturday, 1200 block of Cecil B. Moore Ave, and he's injured. In a 3rd incident, we know that a man was harassed by a group of kids. That happened nearby 1300 block of Cecil B. Moore.
Jennifer Griffin has been there now since 2022. I feel like all we ever do is talk about the unruly, lawless behavior that happens on that campus. If you're a parent, are you sending your child to Temple University on North Broad with everything that we've discussed the last couple of years with the violence on that campus? Again, not in a great area. If you've been there, you get it. It's not the main line. I don't ever recall it being like this. And I looked this up. I looked up her resume. She's a former Delaware State Police trooper. Mm-hmm. She's a graduate of the FBI. Can you get a hold of your institution, lady? With all due respect. I'm just saying.
What's the teen mob that surrounded and beat the crap out of some white kid at Temple? Because we have that video. Did you guys see this?
Yeah.
Roll
Was
this video.
this on the 1300 block of Cecil B. Moore?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Look at this. Look at this video.
Yeah, watch this.
It's just like it's like a group of animals attacking its prey.
Mm-hmm. I know exactly right where this is. Yeah. Used to be food carts there in 2005, 2006.
Just beating the snot out of a kid.
It's 30-on-1 right there.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know if this is political or not. I don't know if she's got a slant to the way she decides to govern the campus, so to speak. And you guys know I love police, but I lose respect for those in law enforcement or used to be in law enforcement if they allow politics to impact their policing or if they allow politics to impact their ability to protect and serve. I don't know if that's the deal with Jennifer Griffin. I know Mark Fussetti's had a lot of comments on her on social media. I mean, she's a disaster.
We also have Temple Police Captain James Hennigan, who discussed the shenanigans, as they are called. Roll this.
Evening, and then there were 7 arrests of juvenile females by Temple Police last evening, Sunday evening. Those individuals were all from one incident where they were between the ages of 11 and 15, and they assaulted a non-Temple student, a young girl who was 12 years old. So those 7 were detained and taken into custody and taken to the juvenile center where they were processed. The other incidents were, on Saturday, there were 3 assaults and 1 robbery. I believe earlier it was said that there was no robbery, but that one of the 4 assaults turned out to be a robbery because a watch was taken but later found. So there was 4 victims on Saturday night and then 4 victims again on Sunday evening of different assaults and a robbery on Sunday night as well.
Is that 12-year-old? He goes on to say it's understandable parents of Temple University students are upset and worried about the safety of their children on campus after a weekend of violence.
So he understands my question that I just posed 75 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's a wide open campus. It's not like it's completely gated off from outsiders. There's a difference from students on campus committing acts versus those that are just drifting around like wanderous nomads in North Philadelphia. But I'd love to know what the police protection looks like on a holiday weekend. Is it a place a ghost town? All officers off? I mean, what are we doing here?
Wouldn't you love to have a police captain like that is more animated and giving you a little bit more of a, hey, you know what? We're taking this seriously and we're going to crack some skulls.
Yeah.
But I guess he can't crack skulls these days.
No, he would lose his badge and gun.
Yeah.
Well, and these are active investigations. I would say we're the parents of these underage hundreds, up to 200 juveniles. We're the parents.
I know, it was like a concert.
It's unbelievable.
And by the way, when you look at the video, you can't help but say, is there a racial aspect? Are they investigating the racial aspect of victims versus the perpetrators?
Yeah, because we're a colorblind city right now, so we can't do that. If it was Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, we could speculate till the cows come home. But now we can't do that.
Of course not.
And so they've released all this video. They've released screenshots because they're looking at everything, every building, even the SEPTA buses, as we know, have the video now. So they're getting video off of everything, and they have vowed that they will arrest all of these juveniles and charge them. I did hear one Temple student was interviewed and said, well, when I was that age, I had, rec centers and we could go to the library and everything's closed nowadays. So they did have some of the Temple students trying to provide, I guess, some outlets for the kids or trying to brainstorm on helping out.
Maybe it's better that the kids stay at home and just sit on YouTube all day after further review.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You cannot look at these videos and see the suspects and see the victims and not say that there's a racial element involved in this. It's like you'd be stupid.
Of course,
not do that.
Yep.
But we can't as a city, and the police can't, and we have to make sure.
Well, if the police department on campus and Jennifer Griffin are as prompt as they are with sending out tuition bills every month, they'll have this wrapped up in 28 days.
Yeah.
Nick, I know that's your alma mater. I
I'm
don't know why.
embarrassed by it.
I don't know why anybody would send their kid there,
No.
honestly. And my neighbor's kids go there. Like, I don't know why anybody would send their kids there.
The sad part is it's a good school. It's a cheap school. I mean, when I went, I think it was. Now, again, this is 20 years ago. It was $16,000 a year in a city full of private schools. I mean, it's a great bang for your buck for the cost, and especially with some of the whether it's broadcasting or criminal justice. They've got a lot of the business school, Fox Business, a lot of great programs on that campus. But man, you are rolling the dice.
There are armed guards in these buildings, so these kids feel safe. Yeah. Like, it's ridiculous. Yep. It's like Beirut.
Yep. You're right. It is.
It's sad.
We're gonna build the wall.
So
from Temple.
And even Philadelphia Eagles, in South Jersey and Philadelphia,
The Eagles
not immune. A.J. Brown caused quite a stir yesterday, our Philadelphia Eagle, when he put out there that whoever stole his vehicle, his Mercedes, whoever stole it, actually in Camden near Lewis and Morton Streets, better return the vehicle. But that spread like wildfire. Now we're hearing that, in fact, that police were able to arrest a suspect to get his black Mercedes back to him. So A.J. Brown using social media.
Yeah.
A.J. and I were texting last night. I told him, I said, if they can't find the vehicle, you and I will meet up in Westchester, and we'll go to Piazza Mercedes. I'll get you hooked up. I know some people.
Why was his car parked in Camden?
I think he lives in South Jersey, and so I don't know if he was on it. I have no idea. But he lives in, I believe he lives in Jersey.
This is the video that he posted, if you can understand this.
Come on, Philly.
Subtitles.
Come on, man. You stole my whip last night.
What?
Come on, man. I make a deal with you, bro. To whoever you are, which I'm going to find out soon. I make a deal with you, bro. Just bring the whip back, bro. I won't press charges, bro. Just bring the whip back, bro. And you can go on about your day. But if I find you, come on, bro. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. And I'm gonna come in the interrogation room. I might see about you, my boy. Like, I'm on that. But just bring the whip back, bro. You smooth with it though. You pulled up at 342. You walked. You got up out of there at 345. You fast on your feet, real fast. I'm gonna show you how fast I am on my feet.
Fast.
Yeah. Real talk, like this finna get done today, like, bro. So you might as well pull back up, bro. Drop that off, bro. We know where you at right now, like pull back up, bro.
What did he say?
I have no idea, but had to be a Cowboy fan that stole that vehicle.
Oh, my God.
A lot of cockroach Cowboy fans in South Jersey. They just pop up out of the woods.
So, they made it. It's a Mercedes. They can track the vehicle, like you said.
2 different planets we live on, guys.
So it was stolen from Haddonfield, where I guess he lives, and then they found it in Camden.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's probably no way he's living in Camden.
No.
That guy makes some good coin.
They found it in Camden, but it was parked in Haddonfield, I should say. The
okay.
suspect
It was parked in Haddonfield. I get you.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
And the suspect ID'd is 25-year-old Luis Segara. And so he is under arrest. Apparently, Luis parked the vehicle feet away from where Camden County police officers were stationed to monitor a local construction site. So they see this beautiful, shiny black Mercedes, and they go, oh, well, there it is.
Yeah.
So made it pretty easy. But I think he had it back before 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So it looked like within about, 7-8 hours, because it was stolen. What did he say? Basically 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
And by just after lunchtime yesterday, they had recovered the vehicle.
What do they do? They hotwire it? With the keys left in the vehicle?
No, I'm sure they hotwire it. Do you think this person realized he stole AJ Brown's vehicle?
No shot.
No. No way.
Nope.
Yeah. And then he turned on the social medias. He goes, uh-oh.
Yeah. We just dropped this off down the block.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, maybe somebody called him and said,
Yeah.
yo, you know that Mercedes you were saying you stole?
AJ, I'm sorry. I thought it was Devontae Smith's.
In Delaware County, we should mention one of the big stories that's happening there, and this has been going back and forth, even tax dollars going in to try to save Crozier Health, but they did announce they're closing that entire health system, shuttering both Crozier Chester Medical Center and Taylor Hospital. This means thousands of jobs, an estimated 2,600 employees, and obviously this last-minute situation will prompt all of the individuals, as far as patients, they'll be diverted to other hospitals, nearby hospitals. So that's a huge story going on in our region. And then, of course, as we talk about the Pope yesterday, of course, all day long, many tributes and outpouring, really, after the pontiff died at the age of 88. So we did get some new details as far as Pope Francis setting the Saturday is the date officially for his funeral, allowing ordinary faithful to begin paying their final respects starting tomorrow, when his casket will be brought into St. Peter's Basilica. And they set the funeral Saturday, 10 o'clock in the morning, like I say, St. Peter's Square, celebrated by the Dean of the College of Cardinals, Cardinal Giovanni Battista. And so President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, they've announced they will attend Saturday's funeral, as well as Argentine President Javier Milei. He's also, Milei, he's expected as well. So more deets on Pope Francis, who died obviously yesterday morning, Easter Monday. So that's Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Yes, the secret to spoiling all the moms in your life this spring. Mother's Day coming up in May. So now with 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com. Gift cards are always available, josephanthony.com. Perhaps our Philadelphia Phillies could use a spa day because we were beat 5-4 by the Mets.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Nola might not win a game all year.
Oh, geez.
0-5. This guy.
By the way, Juan Soto hit a bomb last night.
You knew he's going to get hot eventually.
Wow.
It looked like we were going to come back in the 9th inning, but then...
I mean, the Mets are one of the best teams in baseball right now.
I know.
It's like the Padres, Dodgers, Mets that are the best teams right now.
Mentioned this either yesterday or Thursday of last week. Like, the fact that they're doing as good as they are and their $750 million player hasn't gotten off to a great start.
I know.
Kind of scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all right. Aaron Nola can get into talk radio as soon as he washes out. He'll be doing middays in about 9 weeks.
Well, maybe he'll get hot like the forecast, the high of 79 degrees today.
Today, wow.
Today,
Wow,
gorgeous
cool.
week ahead as we're in the turning sunny and upper 70s pretty much all week. But today, kissing 80, as we say. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, we'll get to a Tuesday Big Take. That'll feature Joe Rogan, Pete Hegseth, and many more. It's Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. You know, they don't make furniture like they used to. And if you're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk, perhaps from China, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom, 16,000 plus pieces of high-end furniture with brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and others. The kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Whether you're furnishing your living room or your dining room, your home office, or even a man cave, or perhaps the entire house, like I'll be doing later this summer with Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day, because every piece has a QR code which displays the details instantly. And their expert staff is the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, straight shooters who know their stuff. Check out their website. You can call ahead, and they'll have the pieces that you want ready to show you that day. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick sent you.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here.
If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
This April, during Chevy Truck Month at Hester Chevrolet, purchase a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. For a great lease offer, drive home in a 2025 Chevy Trax just $279 a month. Or a 2025 Chevy Equinox just $319 a month, both for 36 months. Hester Chevy, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's ride!
Hester Chevrolet!
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:27. It is a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. And a handful of great stories. We're going to get to Kristi Noem, Tony Fauci, and get ready to meet Dark Woke. But first, a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples, the Big Take, monsters to the masses. Who is the ultimate monster to the masses? It's an interesting question to pose, and the answers that you can get are sure to vary. But when you frame it this way, in American politics in 2025, who is the bigger threat to the people? Is it Donald Trump or is it the media? I believe 2024's election showed us that it's the latter. And to zero in on that concept, we examined a few things today and why I believe MS-13 and the defense from the media are monsters to the masses and why Donald Trump and common sense are painted as the boogeyman. And I need to dig into Joe Rogan a little bit, which is where we got monsters to the masses from. Let me start with Mr. Spotify himself and the altar that so many worship at. This was Joe on his latest episode talking about the Trump administration and Kilmar Abrego Garcia and his deportation. Listen and watch this.
About due process. No, that. But here's the problem with that. The problem with things that are going in a radical direction, and then there's an overcorrection. So the overcorrection is lack of due process. The overcorrection is like round them all up, ship them to jail. Like, that's like some things that you say when you're not thinking things through. Like, what do you do about all the criminals? Take them all, send them to El Salvador.
Yeah.
What about due process? No, that. But here's the problem with that. What if you are an enemy of, let's not say any current president. Let's pretend we got a new president, totally new guy in 2028. And this is a common practice now of just rounding up gang members with no due process and shipping them to El Salvador. You're a gang member. No, I'm not. Prove it. What? I got to go to court. No,
Yeah.
no due process.
That's
Right?
dangerous, Joe.
That's dangerous.
dangerous.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous. We got to be careful that we don't become monsters.
There's nothing monstrous about following through on arguably the #1 issue in the 2024 election. There's also nothing monstrous about having two judges not one, but two, agree that he is an MS-13 gang member who should have been gone in 2022 when he was pulled over in Tennessee by state troopers, only to remain because of the Biden DOJ. He is then shipped out of here, with the only mistake being apparently at the time that he couldn't go to El Salvador. He also has no legal right to be here. Trump has come up aces with the border, illegal immigration, and deportation. If this was baseball, his batting average on immigration would be 900. Yet the Democrats, the media, and now even Joe Rogan are pointing out arguably, at best case, a weak argument to be made about the destination of an alleged wife beater. But if you think Rogan is trying to be next level when it's really checkers and not chess, get a load of this. Here's MSNBC race baiter Simone Sanders saying that black people will be next. Listen and watch.
Being here, there is... I've been talking about this all week, but Janae Nelson of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, she penned an op-ed in The Nation this week, and her op-ed talked about that we think that democracies are... the way they die is dramatically through these wars and blood is shed, and it's cinematic in a sense. But really, the realistic way in which democracies die is that it's dismantled brick by brick, piece by piece. And she says that what we are seeing now with the lawlessness from this administration are really the canaries in the coal mine gasping for air. I'm paraphrasing here. But to me, that is why Kilmar Abrego Garcia's specific case, the case of the gentleman who's a makeup artist out of California who was also sent to that prison. That is why the 75% of the folks who have been sent, the men who have been sent there that don't have criminal records, that is why this is so important. Because if they could do it to them, if they could snatch students off the street without any pushback or recourse, they will do it to any of us. And to be very clear, it's going to be the people of color and vulnerable communities that are next in line.
Yep, Trump's just going to scoop everybody up that isn't a straight white cis male and send them to an El Salvadorian prison. Disappeared, the new Democrat talking point. And how about that, bringing up lawlessness? That's quite the pivot, Simone, is it not? The same party that believes in no cash bail, lawlessness. The same party that believes in letting career criminals back out on the street after 47 priors. No wonder MSNBC has lost 44% of its audience. But let's bring in more of a measured perspective. Here's Fox News legal analyst Andy McCarthy, who shines the spotlight and begins to question another person, that being a prosecutor, something he knows well, and that's Pam Bondi. Listen and watch this.
And Fox News contributor Andy McCarthy joins me now as a former assistant U.S. attorney, and want to get to this because let me play one more piece from Shannon's interview with Van Hollen yesterday morning. Watch here.
I want to be very clear. I'm not vouching for the man. I'm vouching for the man's rights, his constitutional rights to due process. And the proper place to litigate that is in the courts. If you deprive one man of his constitutional rights, you threaten the constitutional rights of everybody. I would hope that all of us would understand that principle.
I think we are on our fourth week of talking about this story as it continues. Where do you think it stands today after Van Hollen's trip?
Well, I think the most interesting development, Dan, in the last few days is the fact that Abrego Garcia is not in custody in El Salvador as we believed he was, and as he certainly was when he was sent over there. There's no question that there was an order. He was not supposed to be sent. As Senator Kennedy said, that was a screw-up. In 20 years at the Justice Department, I had plenty of screw-ups. But the thing is, when the government screws up, it's supposed to fix it. And what these guys are basically saying is, yeah, we screwed up. So what? Try to do something about it. The Supreme Court has basically told them to facilitate his return. But when you look at it closely, I think what they're actually saying is facilitate his release. If he's already been released by the government in El Salvador.
I believe when you stack all the bullet points from Pam Bondi and the Trump administration deporting Garcia, they far outweigh the bullet points for bringing him back or having never have deported him in the first place. But McCarthy does make a fair point about Pam Bondi. Is she in over her head? Is she merely adhering to what her boss, Donald Trump, says that she needs to do? I'd actually like to hear Jonathan Turley's thoughts on this as well. But speaking of the media and the monsters that they try to be, we get to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who is once again at the center of now a second Signal chat story, the Signal app pertaining to sensitive information. Following multiple leakers being fired by the Pentagon a week or so ago, reports have now surfaced that Hegseth might be squawking too much to people that shouldn't be privy to government information. Here was CNN's Pamela Brown with Florida Republican Representative Carlos Jimenez. Listen and watch this.
Talk to you about some news here in Washington. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly used a second Signal group chat to discuss sensitive military plans with members of his family, his lawyer. You called the first leaked Signal chat a, quote, huge mistake. Do you have confidence in Secretary Hegseth's judgment?
Well, the question is this chat prior to the one that was leaked out, or did he continue to use the Signal chat, group after that happened? And so I'm not sure the timing of it was. If it was something that he did prior to, okay, he should have learned his lesson now with what happened with the Mike Waltz incident. But if he did it afterwards, yeah, I would have concerns because, it's already been burned by it once. I don't think you need to get burned by it twice. I think you should learn from your mistakes.
And I understand your point about the timing, but the principles of the issue don't change in terms of discussing sensitive military details on Signal, particularly with people like his wife, who, as far as I know, doesn't have a security clearance.
Right.
I'm not sure, but I don't believe she does. Does that concern you?
If in fact he did discuss what's called top secret or things that only need to be discussed inside a skiff with his wife, if she doesn't have that kind of security briefing, yes, it would concern me, and it should be a lesson to everybody in the administration and everybody actually in the federal government. A lot of the federal agencies use Signal because it's supposed to be an encrypted, very secure application. The fact that these things are being leaked now call into question how secure Signal really is.
According to Politico yesterday, Rep. Don Bacon, Republican from Nebraska, became the first House Republican to suggest that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is no longer fit to keep his job. Quote, I had concerns from the get-go because Pete Hegseth didn't have a lot of experience, Bacon told Politico, following the bombshell revelations over the weekend that Hegseth had shared national security details in a second Signal group chat, this time one that included his wife. Bacon, a retired Air Force general himself, added, quote, I like him on Fox, but does he have the experience to lead one of the largest organizations in the world? That's a concern. If it's true that he had another Signal chat with his family about the missions against the Houthis, it's totally unacceptable. Quote, I'm not in the White House, and I'm not going to tell the White House how to manage this, but I find it unacceptable, and I wouldn't tolerate it if I was in charge, end quote. Well, let's hear from the secretary himself, Pete Hegseth, yesterday at the Easter egg roll at the White House. Listen and watch.
What do you want to say, sir, about the Signal chat controversy?
What a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. And on hoaxes, time and time and time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter.
So 4 takeaways on this story. Number 1, is the Signal app the best we can really do with the federal government? Do we really need to have this stupid Signal app conversation again? Secondly, if Pete is chirping to his wife, maybe he should dial that back. I never tell my wife what's coming up on the cut sheet. It's top secret. But truthfully, one of 2 things are at play here. The entry level is that the guy has a big role. It's too much for him. He's in over his head, and he flaps his gums. Former TV guy, right? Probably likes to talk. The next level is that the warmongers within the party want Pete out because Pete, even though he's a combat veteran, is anti-war. with an anti-war administration. That's bad for the military-industrial complex. That's why they don't like Trump. Here should be a homework exercise for everybody on the Hegseth Signal app story. Research every Republican who has voted against confirming Pete Hegseth or who has ever publicly criticized him. And then look at where they are when it pertains to war, the military-industrial complex, and aid to nations like Ukraine. You'll likely find your answer to that homework question right then and there. But if Hegseth is rambling and revealing, I have no problem with him being relieved of his duties. If he is, this is far worse than an MS-13 member being sent to the wrong country upon deportation. But you know me, as I proved in this big take, doesn't matter if you're Joe Rogan, doesn't matter if you're a host on MSNBC, doesn't matter if you're a leaker to the media that was fired from the Pentagon, or if you're Pete Hegseth or Pam Bondi. Question everything and be willing to call out anyone. But let's make no mistake about this. The media, the true monster to the masses, not this administration. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off of your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends June 14th. Plus, save 7 more with the Easy Rewards program only at Staples. 855-839-1210. Let it rip on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And, of course, your messages on X at 1210WPHT. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts on the stories from yesterday in the Big Take, as well as the Fauci fortunes revealed, and Kristi Noem lost $3,000. We got to talk about this story, and I'm going to defend Kristi when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the Big Wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. From Soho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. But I ain't seen nothing like him in any amusement hall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball.
Oh, it's Kayal and Company, 647 Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Jimmy, and Phil. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A great edition of What's on the Cut Sheet coming up at 7:45, primarily because the clips are amazing, but secondarily, I don't have to intro them, so I feel great about that. Also today...
It takes a skill, Cal. It takes a skill.
It does. You think it's like just like this meaningless little layup, toss it to the talent and let them, bloviate. No. You got to circle things. You got to look for clip 8. Then you go to clip 17, and then you say, let's hold off on that one. Let's follow up on this one. Now that you naturally, organically brought up this, let me pivot to that. It's a disaster.
Thank you.
It's like Christy Nome's purse.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to in a little bit. I'm going to defend Christy.
She's a hot mess.
She's definitely hot. $50 gift card, by the way, today to the Melting Pot for our morning mystery movie clip. So
cool.
Stay tuned.
I love
for
the
that.
Melting Pot.
It's America. America's a melting pot, right?
Sure.
Unless you listen to MSNBC, and then, of course, Trump's going to get rid of everybody that's not a straight white cis male. But that's neither here nor there. So Joe Rogan criticizing the Trump administration didn't sit well with me. Not that I sit here trying to adamantly defend everything that the administration does, but you're going to sit there, Joe Rogan, and say that this is... be careful what you wish for, because when a different president, stop, Joe Rogan. I can't believe Joe Rogan, of all people, that goes down every rabbit hole in America, every YouTube conspiracy known to man is in there. Now he's in the fear porn business. So there's that. And then there's the Second Signal app. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts? Rogan, Hegseth, any direction you want to take it from what we just discussed?
I would say two things can be true at the same time. So Joe Rogan and those who say they believe in due process, Joe's not wrong in saying that we should always have respect for due process. So I believe in that. I think that what's going on here, by the way, I know that you care about this, but Abrego Garcia, he was moved into a better penitentiary facility. So he's not in the so-called CCOT prison. He has his own bed and he has his own nice in El Salvador.
Did he request the vegan option for dinner? Jesus.
So I guess that this is a new State Department filing that they have acknowledged that he is in good condition, in a excellent state of health, and I liked the angle of the split on the take where the officials and the experts and the pundits are saying, the administration, you could take this, that they should say, hey, we thought that we had XYZ on this guy. Tell El Salvador, this is their citizen.
So if the administration hands over whatever information they have to his home country, then it's up to the home country to deal with it. But at the same time, I don't mind that, people look at due process of anybody. I just, I'm going to go with Patty Morin, the mother of Rachel Morin, murder victim, who asks the question, why all this attention and all this money and all of our tax dollars focused on one guy who came to the country 14 years ago as a 16-year-old illegally? And why not? There was just another guy, I tweeted it out early this morning. There was some other illegal guy accused and arrested of murdering a woman and burying her. We have another one of these. And so why not focus on that? And so the media won't focus on those.
Nope.
They won't Van Hollen, all of that. They won't focus on the Rachel Morins, the grieving parents, all of that. They're so worried about the state of mind and how Abrego is the so-called Maryland father is doing. And I think that's what seems obnoxious. But I think I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good with it if everybody wants to look at due process.
Okay.
But just be fair with it. In other words, J6, the same media and lawmakers who are squawking about this due process of an illegal person who's a non-citizen, nobody cared about the violations of due process of many J6ers who remained in jail for years.
I thought for sure I would go away on Wednesday and we would not be talking about this stupid story anymore about the Maryland father. What about the Maryland father? And all these hypocritical, bloviating Democrats going down there. Due process. And who gives a rat's ass about due process? I don't care about it. I don't care about this guy's rights. I don't care about any of it. I don't want him here. I don't want anybody here. In fact, I want to deport everybody, including you two.
And I think that's the sentiment of the country. I think that's why this is a losing issue for Democrats.
Right.
They're going to die on this hill.
Yeah.
Perfect. You just nailed it right there. Think about 25 and 26. Think about primaries and campaign ads. The Democrats are going to run an ad with Kilbrego or whatever, Garcia. The Kilbrego, ridiculous.
Kilmar.
Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing that guy's name.
Name.
Whatever happened to just having two names? Why does everybody got to have a middle name announced these days? Or the fact that, the Trump administration is delivering and the Republicans are delivering on arguably the number one issue of the last election. Take a 30-second montage of anything from the media, anything from a politician, anybody from an elected officer trying to run, and or like in your case, Dawn, Patty Morin, and which ad do you think will hit harder and will land with the American people? The ones that are talking about America first and one on the American first agenda, or the ones that were running on a campaign of every fringe community under the sun and then demonizing half of America for being Trump supporters or being a straight white man? They haven't learned their lesson. They want to die on all these stupid hills. They're all these 80, 20, 90, 10 issues, by the way.
To your point, Patty Morin, take the quote that she said on Sunday. She said it on my show and on our air last week. She said it at the White House. Why would a lawmaker, and she's referring, I'm assuming, to Van Hollen and others, but why would a lawmaker who writes the laws try to help somebody, to aid and abet somebody who has broken the laws?
Yeah.
And why focus so much on this? And so take any one of her tearful quotes. It's just, I think the American people are sick and tired of this issue and sick and tired of paying for lawmakers who are able to travel on our dime.
Yeah. By the way, this news story that we have been obsessing over, and I don't mean we, I mean the media has been obsessing over for 6 or 7 days. You go out there in the public and you talk to people who are just living their lives.
Nobody knows it exists.
Nobody knows or cares it even exists.
Yeah.
It is a stupid Beltway story that everybody has Democrats and Republicans arguing about each other. The Republicans are like, keep them out. The Democrats are like, bring them back in. And the American people are like, what's the cost of groceries these
Eggs
days?
And milk.
And how is my
It's so
401k
true.
doing? By the way, I heard Van Hollen say, and this was on the show before us, the Fox News Rundown. He said that he's not arguing for the man's character. He's arguing for the man's rights.
Yes, it's all about due process now.
If you are talking like that, you're on the wrong side of an issue.
That's correct.
You're on the wrong side of an issue.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
Guy has no legal right to be here. Why am I talking about his due process rights?
And these a-hole Democrats, I have 5 of them, are in El Salvador now. One of them says that she ain't leaving until he's coming back.
Good.
Good. Stay there. All of them can stay there.
But if I'm Donald J. Trump, overall, looking at all of this, whether it's DOJ, who apparently at some point acknowledged that there was a paperwork snafu or whatever in the Abrego Garcia thing, or whether it's Pete Hegseth, I'm just in general, I'm saying, people, dot your I's, cross your T's. Yo, Pete, if you're including whoever, your family members, stop it. Watch what you're doing. And DOJ, the same. So I think they're, sloppy. It's a little sloppy.
All right, we'll get to Hegseth. I want to just jump in on that Hegseth. I have a couple of thoughts, and we'll do that to wrap up that conversation when we kick off hour 2. Dawn has some news. And then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem had her purse, including $3,000 in cash. Yeah, stolen from a D.C. restaurant.
Dope.
We might have to have a conversation about Kristi, hot messes, purses, cash. Security details.
Dummy.
Yeah, I left my purse here. Sorry.
Uh-oh. Don't worry, Kristi. I'm coming to your rescue. Hang tight. We got to sit there and pay the bills. Scaling Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hour 2 is on the way. Stay right there.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Bentz. It's National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. We all know accidents happen. If you're involved in an accident that results in damage to your teeth, a prosthodontist should be involved to restore your smile as soon as possible. We can work with medical professionals to treat damage due to accidents, creating the most efficient and effective treatment plans. Please visit BentzDentalGroup.com or to schedule an appointment, call 610-272-6949. Again, 610-272-6949.
Get ready for your workouts will stay tuned for. Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that will work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
Thank you. Shadows grow so long before my eyes, and they're moving across the page. Suddenly the day turns into night, far away from the city.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:02. As we begin hour number 2 here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. The cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. So many great stories to get to. I don't know how we're going to do it. Well, I'll tell you this much. If we don't get to half of this today, I don't need to prep for tomorrow. Unless there's something big that develops. Wow, I love these stories. Let's get to it. Let's get to the news right now. Round number 2, 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, April 22nd, Tuesday morning. We're in the mid-50s now, heating up to 79 degrees with sunshine today. And we are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So 2 trials to talk about. Number 1, we know that the wife of former U.S. Senator Bob Menendez, Nadine Menendez, convicted yesterday of teaming up with her hubby to accept bribes of cash, the gold bars, the luxury vehicle from 3 New Jersey men looking for help with their business dealings or maybe some of their legal troubles that they wanted resolved. But that jury returning its verdict in the same federal courthouse there in Manhattan, where a different jury convicted Bob Menendez, nicknamed Gold Bar Bob,
Gold
since
Bar
we're going to
Bob.
talk about nicknames later,
GBB,
of many of those same charges. So as far as Bob Menendez, he is supposed to begin serving an 11-year prison term. That's happening in June. And so Nadine Menendez convicted and now facing sentencing.
Does it say what the sentencing range or the sentencing guidelines are? Because if I recall correctly, and Dawn, I think you had this in one of your news reports, she was suffering from, is it stage 4 breast cancer?
Yeah, breast cancer.
I mean, if she serves any considerable amount of jail time, I mean, there's a possibility that she could die in prison from breast cancer. Could you imagine what it would be like to die in prison from a disease like that? That has got to be one of the most awful ways to end your life. Oh. And Gold Bar Bob, of all people, he threw, and I'm not saying she's innocent by any stretch, but he packed the bus over his wife during these ordeals. You talk about slime balls.
Yeah, so she, I think that she could face, she could face as well the same type of a decade. Now, so she could face a decade behind bars.
Wow.
That's why they had said for him, they called it a death sentence if he was sentenced to that length.
Right.
But both of them, husband and wife, say they're innocent. They claim they never took any bribes. And so it looks like he's 71. So that's why they were saying, if he in this summer, if they put him to 11 years in prison.
She's younger, right?
Yeah, so she's younger, but she would get free health care. You do get all the health care in prison, so she would get the best of health care, they say.
It's another story for another day.
Yeah, but yeah, she is late 50s. But prosecutors say, as far as the former senator, that he also, helped, for example, one businessman alone secure a $95 million investment from a Qatari investment fund. I mean, these were big bucks that they're alleging.
Yeah.
I love that these politicians being found out, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, just
what was one of his defenses? That's the way we do it in our heritage, our culture. We just keep gold bars in our next to our handkerchiefs.
Yeah.
Scumbags. Alleged scumbags.
Well, no,
he's
they're
convicted.
Yeah.
They're
All right,
convicted,
good.
Confirmed
I can say
scumbag.
Thank you. Just have to be careful.
Convicted creep.
So we've got that going on. Also, another trial closer to home. Opening statements begin this morning in a couple of hours in the trial of Maurice Hill. You'll remember this case. He's now 41 years old, accused of shooting six police officers during a huge standoff in North Philadelphia's Nicetown Tioga neighborhood. It gripped the city nearly 6 years ago, made national headlines, horrible situation. Jury selection for Hill's latest trial took about 4 hours yesterday, so they seated the panel of 6 men, 6 women, and this all unfolded. It was mid-August back in, 2019 in the afternoon. These were narcotics officers trying to serve a warrant at a home near North 15th and West Butler Streets. And this is when the officers entered the kitchen of the home when they accuse Hill, who was armed, they say, with a rifle, opened fire on those officers. And if you remember what was going on at the time, it was a huge law enforcement response. They had to evacuate the neighborhood. Remember, there was a daycare that was nearby. It was a horrible situation in the city. And so police, 2 Philadelphia police officers, 3 civilians were trapped inside the home, eventually were evacuated by SWAT. It was unbelievable. So this guy's on trial now. And if you look at his rap sheet, I don't know if you want to get into it, but a long rap sheet for this accused.
If you open fire on 6 officers in the theme of Stalker with the firing squad, those 6 officers should get to, now thankfully there was no fatalities, but those officers, if there were, should be able to select one family member or friend to join the firing squad, and I'll take shots at this piece of garbage.
And do it just like it was done to them.
Yeah.
Like shoot him in the leg, shoot him in the arms.
Yep.
Can I, if found guilty, obviously if found guilty, there's that due process.
Yeah,
Innocent,
Greg. Hey, everybody has rights.
Innocent until proven guilty, but if he's found guilty, when he's found guilty, because he will be, they need to let me administer the punishment.
Yeah.
If you look at this guy's rap sheet, which starts at age 18, which means we don't see the juvenile records.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure he was a choir boy until he turned 18.
Yeah.
Boy Scout.
Yeah.
But I'll say the latest one, just going through the rap sheet that I have, in 2008, he was convicted of resisting arrest, criminal trespass, fleeing from police. 3 years later, he pleaded guilty to aggravated assault and was found guilty of that. And that was in 2013. So this guy from 2001, if you look at that rap sheet going forward, and so now he's going on trial. If you want to ask why 6 years later, they say the delays were due to the pandemic. Remember, all the courts were closed. Everything here was closed.
Yeah. Should have just let him run around the town in 2020, contract COVID, and die.
I'm sure he's a victim of the system.
Yes.
And he was raised in poverty, and it was a single mother, and she did the best she could. But little Johnny, left to his own whims. She had to work 3 jobs.
Yeah, my
just
daughter's
to support for.
Yeah, my daughters are about 4 years away from dating. This is the kind of guy I hope they end up with. Wait, no, that's not true.
I was going to say, what the hell is wrong with you?
What?
Losers.
I have no idea what you just said. Okay.
Well, speaking of the Utes and
Not the kind of guy I want my daughter to marry.
Yeah.
Is my point I was trying to say.
yeah, we would
In case I missed that.
low bar. Philadelphia police.
Well, we got gold bars and low bars.
And we talked this morning. We updated that story, and Greg had all kinds of audio from the news conference that took place yesterday. Philadelphia police partnering with Temple University Police as they're working to catch more of these suspects, revealing and releasing all kinds of new screenshots, surveillance images of these teens. And suspects between the ages of 11 to 17-ish.
11.
Yeah,
11.
Oh, you got to start them young.
Yeah. God. Throw the book at them at 11 because there's no hope for them, honestly.
Yeah. We should throw up a poll question. Would you let your kid attend Temple? I don't know that I would.
That's actually a good, Phil, put that up. Would you let your kids attend Temple? That's a great poll question.
I would much rather send them to Penn. If they're going to a public school, I'd much rather send them to Penn State. Main campus, that is.
Yeah, well, Philadelphia police still searching for these suspects. They say hundreds of these underage the youths were out and about. It was over the weekend, Easter weekend, and so they assaulted, looks like a handful, at least 5 Temple University students, as well as some other individuals. No life-threatening injuries, but at least 1 or 2 people were thrown to the ground. They had some assaults. They had at least 1 or 2 robberies going on, and this was all North Philadelphia, in and around the Temple University campus.
Well, this is, so the poll's up on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. It's very early because they just put it out. There's only 14 votes, but it's 94% no.
Yeah.
By the way, who's the 6% that say yes?
Cheap bastards.
Well, I mean, look, like I said, my neighbors send their kids there, and it's like, well, is it? Do we see these stories and is it overblown? You know what I mean? Like if you grew up in the city,
you grew up in the city now,
and this is just, I don't know, it's just a way of
this is city culture.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, but if you're from outside of the, border of Philadelphia, if you're a Lehigh Valley kid, it's a little different. It's a little culture shock. And I grew up in some not terrible areas, but it was far from a gated golf community. And when I went to Temple, and I only commuted. I was only a commuter for 2 years. I transferred there for my junior and senior year. And I didn't want to live on campus. I wanted to save money as well, but also I didn't want to be on North Broad every single night. And I remember my campus tour, they said, hey, don't go making a left at this street corner after dark. It won't end well.
Yeah.
Like, that hits you right upside your head, especially when you have, like, a protective parent. My mom's like, oh, no, you can commute. I'm like, yeah, I think I will.
Well, and that's your 6%. It's a high-quality education, and as you pointed out, it's a value with the money. But the problem is I think a lot of parents are saying, yeah, you can commute. You're not going to live there because it's not safe in North Philadelphia.
87% right now say no. John's like, I didn't answer. It's effing obvious. Yeah. Okay, dude. Just answer the poll question, okay?
Come on,
Lord.
Come on.
Really overanalyzes everything.
Can you please
Answer-
participate?
Answer the poll question. Damn it.
We've been talking about the death and all the funeral services of Pope Francis. Saturday, 10 a.m. is the funeral, St. Peter's Square.
What did he die of?
He died technically, I believe it was a stroke.
Oh. Well, it was pneumonia. It was pneumonia in the lead up, right?
It was a pneumonia.
Yeah.
He had everything. It was pneumonia, fungal, viral, bacterial infections.
Oh, fungal.
Yeah, fungal.
Well, a couple months ago, we were like saying, "When's the white smoke coming out?" Right? Because it was
right.
He was on his deathbed a couple months ago.
Yeah. What was that? Was that he was on a respirator or a ventilator for a while?
He had pneumonia. He had pneumonia. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we know that President Trump and First Lady Melania, they plan to attend Saturday morning's funeral, as well as the Argentine President Javier melee. So he will be there as well, and we'll hear about more dignitaries and more of these disclosures as we learn those details.
How old was he?
88.
Yeah.
Suffered a stroke and led him. So it put him in a coma and led his heart to fail.
Yeah. The only pope, by the way, to poll lower than Joe Biden. Sorry.
Not nice.
I'm just saying. A lot of people in my Catholic circles said that he was not the most beloved pontiff in the history of the position.
True. Maybe not the most popular, but
Why did he cover up kid touchers like the rest of them did?
Oh boy!
No.
You really did miss this, didn't you?
No, so the truth is he was in between. So I mean, John Paul II was beloved, obviously. What was John Paul II from 1978?
I was just going to say
all
that
the way to 2005.
My grandmother in the early 90s, boy, she loved him. Oh my God!
Well, I mean, you could really argue him, Ronald Reagan, and Margaret Thatcher really kind of that was the unity ticket, really. I mean, I know that, but they worked together, and it was a different time.
It was a different time.
Yes.
Yep.
But in between there, remember, it was Benedict.
Yeah.
So
that
Pope
guy.
Benedict, remember, was Ratzinger was his birth name. So he was in between John Paul II
05 to
and
like
Pope Francis
2013.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he was sandwiched in there, and it was under his unfortunate reign that they had to deal with the clergy sex scandal. He was, by the way, Benedict was. I was looking at this yesterday. He was the first pope in like 600 years to resign, because usually you die on that job.
Yeah,
you
of
pass
course.
away.
It's
But
like the
he
Supreme Court.
Well, exactly.
It's a lifetime position.
Oh my Lord!
Term limits on the Pope.
Goodness. So, do you want Kristi Noem's cash purse? You want that out of news or in news? What do you want?
We can do it
here?
after the news.
So we'll do it after the news. There's a lot going on. Obviously, student loan borrowers, 5 million student loan borrowers in default. Education department says they'll be referred now to debt collection. So getting tough may start basically taking it out of people's wages.
Wow.
So getting aggressive with student loan borrowers.
It's one of the easiest, and I shouldn't say the easiest is not the correct terminology, but student loans are so easy to pause. And, like when I was out of work in radio twice, during the pandemic, I think I've paused my student loans for, quote, hardship like 3 times.
Yeah.
Like the interest rate's 3%. Yeah, I get some people fall bad luck, tough times, but this is not like a credit card with 30. How the hell you can't pay off a student loan is beyond me.
It's funny, when my wife and I went through this, obviously, and like you said, Nick, when we were first starting out, there were some lean years. So we did, when we were flush with cash, we would overpay.
Right.
And then when we were, when we had more lean years, we would pause them for a while.
Yeah.
And by overpaying those months, years that we did that, actually sped everything along. So it was all a wash.
Yeah.
In the end.
My financial advisor a couple of months ago, when we were getting our plan together to get our house this summer, he's like, don't pay off your student loan. It's 3%. Pay off the stuff that's 20%, 25, 30%. Not that you need a financial advisor to realize that. I mean, if you're a basic math person, you realize pay off 30%. But like there's almost no value in paying off the loan completely. Just make the minimum payment, and you're not going to be bludgeoned to death with interest, unless those interest rates have changed in the last 20 years. But when I got it, it was like 2.93%.
Well, in this one, to give you the stats, we're looking at 5 million people initially. However, another 4 million people are anywhere between 91 to 180 days late on their loan payments. Ooh. So you have a total of 9 million people there. Remember, though, Joe Biden, under his presidency, canceled student loan debt for more than 5 million borrowers, waiving nearly $184 billion with a B dollars in student loans through all of his expanded forgiveness. So Linda McMahon was the one yesterday who released a statement and saying basically they're getting tough on these borrowers, and if you are in default, it's going to affect your credit score, and they can go into your paycheck.
Yeah, good.
Take out the money.
As it should be. It shouldn't be passed off to anybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not paying for somebody else's student loan. This notion that Biden just waved his wand and ignored the Supreme Court and the bills disappear. The bill doesn't disappear. These lenders are getting their money back. They're not just doing this out of the goodness of their heart.
Jennifer Kelly on the YouTube chat says student loans aren't 3% anymore. Mine was over 7%.
Yeah.
Well, that's a you problem.
Well,
what do you want me to do?
I would just say take Nick's advice and call him up, get on a payment plan.
Yeah.
That was good advice because I think they're getting serious with this.
Mm-hmm.
College is a waste of time. Stop going.
Go to the trades. I agree.
Seriously.
Start making $100,000 right out of the trade school after 18 months.
My wife and I were paying off student loans. Neither of us used our degree, and we're both doing great.
Yeah.
So make of that what you will.
Yeah.
We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon on this beautiful day weather-wise, a beautiful week weather-wise, really, because we're getting up to 79 degrees, and I know it was a little foggy this morning and a little rain overnight, but just a beautiful stretch today through Friday. Saturday, unfortunately, it looks like we might have a chance of rain and a little bit cooler, lower 70s. But this week, mid to high 70s the rest of the week. But today, I think the warmest weekday was 79 degrees. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Doesn't that sound nice? The secret to spoiling the moms in your life, among others, this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com. Gift cards are always available. JosephAnthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Yeah, the weather, I was texting Zioli yesterday. I said, dude, this week it might have to happen. Sandal season is back. I might have to bring the flip-flops out. But then I looked at the dogs, and I realized I might need a Joseph Anthony gift card. I got to get a little footwork
little
done.
pedicure?
Yeah, a little bit.
Petty?
It's not beneath me. I am comfortable in my masculinity and my sexuality. I love a good manicure. I love a good pedicure.
Got to take care of your feet.
That's right.
Do you have hair on them's feet?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Do they wax? They could wax?
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want. It feels tremendous.
Wax them off.
Any man that says they're against a pedicure or manicure is a liar, or they don't know good pleasure.
I will tell you that nothing against our good friends at Joseph Anthony Salon, Spa, and Retreat. I'm not a pedicure guy.
No.
Oh, by the way, would you like an update on my finger?
Yeah.
Do you see
Actually,
it?
speaking of getting your fingers worked on.
Do you see it? Here, close up.
Ring finger is still really bruised.
Yeah. It's better though.
Yeah?
Like, I'm better.
So are you still day to day for the bike ride?
It was touch and go there for a while.
Touch and go.
Yeah.
You gonna be able to grip those bike handles?
Dawn, you weren't here. I slammed my fingers in a ladder.
Holy crap!
Yeah. I thought I was gonna lose my finger. It hurt so bad.
That's the worst.
Yeah, but I'm okay. I will right now. Tentative. I'm going to do the bike ride.
Have you picked up the bike from Road Warrior yet?
Love Road Warrior.
You mean down there at
have you made the trek to Jersey?
Manahawkin, New Jersey?
That long, arduous task of going to New Jersey to pick up a bike?
I was very busy over the last couple of days.
Do you need my Honda Ridgeline
what
bed?
were you doing?
I was doing things. I'm doing things.
Do you need a truck to pick up the bike? I know you have one of those low energy crossover kind of identity crisis SUVs.
Well,
but
I have to drop off my bike and our bikes because I want to get them all tuned up. So I could pick up your bike in my minivan and just drop it off at your house.
Are you going to take it down to Road Warrior shop at Independent
I
Bike?
love him. He gave me that shirt.
Independent Bike Shops in Manahawkin.
Yeah. I nominate Road Warrior to take over for Jennifer Griffin, head of security at Temple University.
Yeah.
I think he could do a better job. All right, coming up next, let's finally get to Hegseth and Kristi Noem. Have to get through both of these before we get to the cut sheet, and the cut sheet is super juicy. Stay tuned. It's Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday. But first, a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, and by the way, you drive around today, you see how many people have a beautiful yard. Doesn't that make you envious? Don't you get a little jealous when you've got your little burned out lawn, you got dirt, and you got the dog goes out and he does this thing and he kills the grass? Why not use Natural Lawn of America? That's my lawn care company because they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. And they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green that protects the kids and those pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season, and you can join the growing number of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn Safer Services and start enjoying that beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Give them a call today at 800-FREE-SEED. And when you schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, you're going to get free seeding every single year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding every year, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. Locally owned, family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. Mustard. Kayal and Company making everything groovy on the radio. By the way, 2 weeks from tonight, where will you be? Well, if you consider yourself a fan of this station and you love all the shows from 6A to 7P and into the night, you should be at the Colonial Theater because we are now just 14 days away. That's right, the next Politics and Pints. It is officially labeled Trump's 100 Days Unpacked. Join 1210 WPHT for a raw discussion. Myself, Dawn Stensland, Dom Giordano, Rich Zioli, Politics and Pints. It is coming up at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. That is Tuesday night, May 6th, 7:30 start time. I believe doors open at 5:30.
5:30.
If I've read correctly.
5:30.
That's right.
By the way, the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, an amazing venue. An amazing venue. I saw the Blob there, the Blaub, and that's for you, Kayal.
Yeah, Ms. Blau.
And it's an amazing venue. Thank you to Phoenixville. Thank you to the people in Phoenixville because I know, look, it's not super easy getting venues for places like this. They're like, what radio station are you with? I'm like, nah, that's it. We're good. We're good. We have something that day. We have a recital,
We're getting the asbestos out of the building.
Yeah.
Call back next year.
Yeah, tickets are going super fast for this. So if you're like on the fence about it, 1210WPHT.com, I wouldn't wait. I would do it now because it will sell out. And these things are always a fun time. So yeah, come out to Phoenixville and join everybody for we're going to involve the crowd. Some people ask if I'm involved in it. No, I'm not.
Will you be there? Are you even going to be there?
Of course I'll be there. It's my radio station.
Okay.
Of course I'm going to be there. I'm just not going to be on stage with you people.
Okay.
You
All
people.
Right.
You
The
people.
youths.
But we're going to involve the crowd. So, if you have questions, you can ask questions of Nick, Dawn, Dom, Rich.
Chris Eppolito says on Twitter, in regards to our billboard with Dawn, Dom, myself, and Rich from left to right across your social media dial.
Yeah.
This looks like an HR review board for a job I'd probably want to pass on. Hashtag be gentle.
Yeah, I didn't the photo that they put out on social. Let me see if I can pull it up real fast.
It's a great photo, actually.
It's a little, Rich's head is a little bigger, and I don't know. It doesn't.
It looks good to me.
Okay.
I've got no complaints with that.
All right.
Dawn looks great.
Oh, I always hate the way I look in the picture. I'm like, can you just put
Well,
me-
that's the TV in you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the woman in me too. Women are.
Dom looks
we're
like
tough on ourselves.
he's about 15 years younger in that photo. Love you, Dom. And Zioli's head is big. It's like they zoomed in and they didn't use the same dimensions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like we did paint by numbers for this.
I
graphic.
love the fact that we're kind of hanging over the balcony at the top of the White House.
Yep.
A good look.
May 6th, right? May 6th.
May 6th.
That's coming up soon. I can't believe we're already in May.
By the way, I'm getting a special suit for that night.
Oh God.
Yeah, because I just realized that every one that I have is now either too big or too tight. Most of them too tight, but I have one that's still too big.
Don't be in a suit, dude. Like, it doesn't suit you. Honestly.
Oh no, trust me. When I clean up and I go real good suit, not that god awful thing I wore with Dawn in December.
Kayal.
You looked good in that.
Kayal.
But I'm not going tie. It's going to be unbuttoned dress shirt, sport coat.
No.
We like the Ray Donovan.
No, we
white
like
shirt.
We like you because you're casual.
Oh, so you want me to go? Should I come?
That's your image.
In my Fetterman attire.
Let Zioli and Dom wear the sport coats. You come without a sport coat.
All right.
Thank you.
I was looking at a couple of different locations and
there's
some deals.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah.
Phil put the photo up there.
Yeah.
The problem with the photos are, except for Rich, they're all old photos of all of you people.
Yeah, no, that was back when I was thinner and still fat.
Like that picture that you have, Kale, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. It's
2
from
years
the
ago.
Yeah, it's from the hub here when we all took that
Yeah.
picture.
Yes.
It was like horrible.
Right, that was the one that Dawn was late for. She was in the potty for like 40 minutes.
I wasn't late. I was on the air.
She was on the air.
I was on the air until noon, and I ran to the bathroom and got there by 12:17.
12:30.
Mister.
Not that I was tracking the minutes. You know,
12:17.
Should have been in the REM cycle of my nap. Try to be a team guy.
But to your point, Nick,
Yeah.
they could have just taken your picture separately, Greg's picture at like 10 o'clock.
Well, the
when you got off
problem-
and then because they're going to superimpose it anyway.
That's a great point.
You know,
There's an epidemic in radio with radio groups that just want to do photos in February. Hey, it's got to stop. It's madness. Nobody feels good about themselves in February.
Oh, that's a great
we're
point.
We're pale, we're pasty, we're fat, we're frumpy.
Speak for yourself, bud.
Yeah, some of us have eczema. Yeah, I mean, can we do it in July?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing else
It
going
puts
on
the
around here in
notion.
July.
Yeah.
or like a back to school photo, September.
Yes.
August, September.
Yes.
I agree with you.
By the way, I'm picturing everybody that's tuning in at 7:30, prime drive time, and we're talking about a photo
All right,
of ourselves.
So everybody's mad at me for talking about that, so I'll talk about Pete Hegseth. How about that?
Can I say one more thing? 'Cause
Yeah.
we have some friends, Teresa and George, who went on the conservative tours, the Italy trip. They're like, where do we get the tickets?
1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
So I sent you the link, Teresa. I texted you.
1210WPHT.com. It's pretty easy.
All right.
1210WPHT.com.
Yep.
Can I
But
say it
see,
again?
When I click
One
on
more
it,
time.
it goes to eventplus.odyssey.com. When I click on buy tickets.
Oh, for God's sake.
But
Let's
anyway,
take a look
I
here.
texted you the link.
Let's see
I'll
here. I just clicked on it myself.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link. I will tweet this out.
I see it right there. Tickets on sale now.
You have it?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
You should be able to find this. Yeah,
They're
right
going
there.
quick, so
Yeah,
so
but-
stop what you're doing.
It's it's on Bridge Street. If you've ever been in that neighborhood in Phoenixville,
It's great.
You can't miss it. Great location.
By the way, they have during the summer they have events there, and all the bars spill out, and that's a great street right there.
Yeah,
It's a great street.
maybe they'll have us for a photo op in July as well for their website, and we can post those after Labor Day.
May 6th, get tickets. Now, this will be it's very rare that we do a Politics and Pints with everybody. Usually it's just one or two. You know what I mean? Now it's everybody. So if depending on how the tickets sell for this and how you, the listener, and you, the fan, reacts to it, we might do more.
Okay.
So do it. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Phil. Phil put the link up there on the YouTube chat.
Perfect.
So get them. I expect to see Shafe, Robert, Heaven 01, 91 LSXer, especially you, 91 LSXer. I got to meet you, pal.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean,
He's a good poster.
You're a great poster. You don't come to any events. Bryn Mawr Builders better be there. Carl Mayer better be there. El Bucchiano, which is Tony in Pottstown, I believe.
Yeah.
Swami Mommy better be there. Mango Mush.
Yeah,
Susie Loves Jeffy. You guys all better be there.
I want to meet some of the people I haven't met yet. It's a great point.
Yeah.
I've met, Chris Forsyth. I've met Kevin Poles. I've met, a lot of people 8 to 12 different times. I want to meet some of the other people
know.
that have made themselves a part of the YouTube community or on that godforsaken, never-ending Twitter thread that you guys tag me on with 48 of you. It's like a running chronicle. It goes back months.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
on,
my God.
On Twitter with
everybody.
I think Road Warrior's in that too. Yeah.
Just like I have no idea what's being. It's like a separate world.
Sergeant Mark Fusetti will be there. Thank you, Sergeant.
Nice, Mark.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Jose Jesus, come on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Jesus
dude.
from
Yeah.
North Philly.
And
We're gonna
Jimmy
be
Matthews.
Yeah.
Jimmy Matthews. Yes, we want
love
Jimmy
you.
Matthews there.
Yes.
By the way, he sent me an article. Apparently, his uncle Chris is doing a hardball Substack, so you can.
Oh, really? We
yeah.
should have him on sometime.
Nah, I'm good.
How many
I
people
don't
do you
really
think will
Chris.
actually sign up for that Substack? 9?
A lot of people.
No, yeah,
He's
I mean,
popular.
yeah, he is.
All right, 20.
Especially here.
Yeah.
Pride of LaSalle College.
There you go. I don't even have time for the.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
Do we?
yeah.
All right. Let me get to Hegseth, and I also want to get to Christy Noem. I'm going to defend Christy Noem, but I mentioned this with Hegseth in the Big Take, and I'm a big fan of Hegseth. I thought that he was deserving of the job, despite the fact that he might not have the quote qualifications. I like when people are given opportunities, when they don't have the traditional career path. But this is, when I look at this story now, and this was a part of the big take about this now second alleged signal chat that was revealed, I start to think to myself, people in life have a routine. People in life have tendencies, and people are creatures of habit. So one of two things is true here. Either Pete Hegseth is on the receiving end of a coordinated, collusion-based effort to destroy his career by warmongers in the Pentagon, Republicans and Democrats alike, that want this guy out, that never thought he should have been allowed to enter their little sacred space within the Pentagon building, or there is a real pattern here of poor decision-making by Pete Hegseth. And I bring that up because, again, I never said on this show that Pete Hegseth shouldn't get the job because of marital failures. Multiple marital failures. They seem like they were his fault. They are verified. It's not an allegation. The guy hasn't had the best luck with marriages the first couple of times around. Yeah. Then there's the alleged drinking issues. And I say alleged. We don't know it. We've heard many.
Pete said that he had a problem.
Well, yes,
and that he's a different person.
But I'm referring to the allegations of his, hungover or intoxicated while being on the air at Fox.
No,
the hosts have defended him. Now, I don't know if it's just because he and Will Cain and Rachel Campos Duffy are besties and it's talent protecting talent. I don't know if it's a rogue producer with an axe to grind. But you take the marital stuff, the drinking stuff, you take Signal Chat app number one, that story, and now the second one where he is reportedly basically revealing information to his wife. And I sit there and I say, all right, well, there seems to be a pattern here. Either this is Russia, Russia, Russia all over again with Trump, or there's some smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? So I ask myself the question, is Pete Hegseth in over his head? Does he not have the basic, I don't know if decorum's the right word. I'm not saying, I appreciate the transparency of this administration, but in this role, you do have to be a bit of a clandestine figure and keep things on the DL, whether it's the Houthis or Ukraine or Iran or Russia. Mm-hmm. And like I said in the big take, I don't tell my wife what's on the cut sheet. I protect that. It's very important. I'm being facetious here. But, I mean, is there something here with Hegseth? Now, again, Don Bacon's a total rhino weasel. He always votes with Democrats. He was the one I cited in the big take from Politico. Well, if it was up to me, it's indefensible. And I'm not saying it's defensible, but is there something here? Because we played you the clip in the big take, and Hegseth kind of gave you the Trump speak of, axes to grind, the media being the media. I always do say this, whether it's about a sexual assault, lawsuits, allegations, timing is always fascinating to me. It is odd that in the days after multiple Pentagon leakers were identified and fired, good job by Pam Bondi, by the way, credit where credit's due, that this story comes out. But is this a nothing burger, or is this a guy that maybe is very giddy in a role? And again, I don't think he's unqualified. I think he's the right guy I want leading this group. But is he a little too loose with the lips here? And I think in any walk of life, sometimes just biting your tongue or not picking up the phone and entering some characters in a chat box can serve you well. Discretion, the better part of valor. I think that's how they say it. Is there something here to that? Or is this a complete made up, I don't want to say hoax. I'm getting tired of the word hoax. I'm all hoaxed out. Is this an axe to grind by somebody that was let go trying to derail Pete's career? What's your read on this story?
Well, Caroline Leavitt, yesterday at 1:30 in the afternoon, she put out that this was all fake news, doubled down. The president commented on it yesterday. I believe right? Wasn't it during the Easter egg?
Yes, they asked him literally while his kids were out in the little yard doing the scavenger hunt thing.
And he had the golden whistle. I love the golden whistle. So they've said that this is all fake news. Then NPR was reporting that the White House is quietly looking for his replacement. And that, I think, was the latest that Caroline Leavitt was commenting, saying, nope, this is all fake news. So they're they're defending him
I find it hard to believe that
In
they
public.
would replace him.
in public.
I don't think they will replace him. I think Trump at this point, I mean, he's almost 100 days into the second term. I don't think he's going to allow an outside narrative, even, whether it's a narrative or it's fact. I don't think he gives a damn.
The media has to learn that when NPR and Politico and those places report stuff like this, the administration is just going to double down.
Yep.
So if their goal is to get Pete Hegseth out, what they should report is that everything is great. Trump absolutely loves Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth has eyes on Melania, all kinds of stuff that'll piss off the administration. That'd be like, okay, Hegseth out. They just don't know how to. They don't know how to play the game. They don't know how to play the game at all.
Yeah.
So as soon as I saw those stories come out, I'm like, yeah, there's no chance he's going anywhere.
And I got to tell you, unless there are American lives truly being risked or jeopardized, I don't know that I would fire the guy. I mean, this signal stuff, is it a bad look? Yes. Has this resulted in any, casualties or anything like that? The answer is no. How much of it is true? None of us really know. But you think about this, and Caroline Levitt said it. I had the New York Post article, and Dawn, this is what you were referencing. I mean, she is of the belief, or is at least sharing and spinning it publicly, that the entire Pentagon is basically against Pete Hegseth. And that's got to be an awful feeling when you're in a, quote, work environment, if it's true, that everybody is against you because you're what? An outsider? You didn't earn your stripes behind the scenes? To me, he's earned his stripes in a more important fashion. He went and fought for his country and was willing to die. So, I mean, I would always ride with one of these outsiders that is America first, that actually put his money where his mouth was and said, yeah, I'll go overseas and lay it on the line for $3,500 a month and come back here and have terrible luck trying to find a job and have to resort to going to a place where I can fit in with military members and find my second calling. Shout out to places like the Travis Manion Foundation for helping our soldiers. But I just think there's a lot of weasels in the Pentagon, but there's also the track record of Hegseth with poor judgment, and I don't think that can be dismissed.
It is interesting to me, too, that, and I'm seeing a lot of this on Twitter and on the YouTube chat here, where people are like, these are just rumors, and look at the sources, NPR and Politico and everything like that. Well, I do agree with that. It's just funny to me when it comes out about this administration. It's like, well, it's the media. But then I heard even on these airwaves here, Amy Parnes and what's his nuts, Jonathan Allen, they had all this rumor and innuendo about the Biden administration, and we rolled out the red carpet for them. We were like, we believe everything they say because it's against the guy that we don't like. But when it's against the guy that we do like, everybody's like, this is just fake news. This is all fake news. Well, I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle with all of this stuff.
There is some shifting around. So the Defense Department said that Hegseth's chief of staff, they moved him. I think this happened at some point yesterday that they confirmed it, that his chief of staff is now in a new role at the Pentagon. And so they've had upheaval, and some top Hegseth aides were fired late last week. So Good Friday, bad for them.
Yep.
So one was, and I think we mentioned this at some point last week, his chief of staff, Joe Casper. Remember this? He's now going to work at the Department of Defense on special projects.
Special projects.
So apparently a piece of this is that the chief of staff is the one who apparently set up some of these chats. So I'm just inferring, or like Greg says, kind of reading between the lines, that maybe the chief of staff is the one being thrown under the bus for setting things up and including too many individuals or the wrong individuals. And so he's not fired, but he's on special projects. And he was chief of staff.
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, what's on the cut sheet? It is coming up next, and then we'll get to the Kristi Noem story before we get out of here today. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about Acura today, the all-new 2025 ADX, the latest addition from Acura to their precision-crafted lineup. Premium compact SUV with a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. With a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology, The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more without a demanding price tag. And best of all, now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester, where you can lease the 2025 ADX SUV for as low as $389 per month. I bet you there's many people out there, oh, Acura, oh, SUV, way out of my price range. $389 a month? Probably in your price range. Check them out today, piazzaacura.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
While the market continues to go up and down with no guarantee of moving forward, many concerned investors have been tempted by the idea of guaranteed income for life. Although it sounds desirable at first, most guaranteed income products are not all they're cracked up to be. When you purchase a guaranteed income product, your investment immediately becomes less liquid. There is no principal to tap into when an emergency strikes and you need to make a lump sum withdrawal. With these contracts, your scheduled payout is set at a specific amount based on your life expectancy. This amount does not keep up with inflation, which paints you into a corner later in life when your monthly income has less purchasing power than it did the day you signed the contract. In most cases, the monthly payments are structured to exceed your life expectancy, making it a whole lot less likely that you'll ever receive back your initial investments before death. Lastly, there is no legacy or estate planning with these guaranteed income products because they are meant to go away after your passing without leaving a dime to your heirs. However, by utilizing a system of investments with guaranteed income capabilities, you can mix and match vehicles that pay out lifetime income with others that are designed to grow the principal back so you never deplete your nest egg. Seek out a financial retirement phase expert who can offer the best of both worlds and provide a legacy plan for your heirs.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 7:54 Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day on a day in which it'll go up into the high 70s. Oh, it felt great. What a great Easter weekend it was. Great weather. We're out of the woods. We're in the clear. No more cold. My God. Depressing. 7:54, 9 minutes late, but you know what? I couldn't be happier because I don't have to intro the clips. It's time for Stalker to
You don't
resume
have to do the
his
work,
role.
right?
No, I can just pontificate and bloviate, which is what I like to do most. Let's get to what's on Greg Stalker's cut sheet, shall we?
What's on the cut sheet?
Take the reins back of this. What's on the cut sheet on Tuesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Water Ice. Water Ice. Your favorite soda just got a cool new twist. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. Oh, cool. Cola Ice. I like that. Yes. Try the new Twisted Cola blender drink topped with Cola Lime. Cola Lime Cream, or dig into the Cola Gelati.
Lime, huh?
Stop by Rita's and grab cola treats before they are gone. Be cool at Rita's. Be cool, eat at Rita's. Be cool, eat at Rita's.
Cola and lime. Mix a little rum in there. You
I
got
was
something.
just gonna say.
Yeah. me and Pete Hegseth will have a few. Pete Hegseth and I.
All right, let's go back to the where we started this morning with the Maryland man.
Maryland man.
Just a father.
Just a hard-working citizen.
Who's, you know, he's just trying to provide for his kids.
Yeah.
I take care of my kids.
Yep. Hey, look.
Who's that, Chris Rock?
Yes. Yeah. In a world where we think a lot of youth violence results in lack of fatherhood, let's give Maryland man credit for being a dad.
So four a-hole Democrats just arrived in El Salvador to campaign for the release of an MS-13 terrorist gang member and alleged wife beater.
Yeah. This Frost character in Florida, by the way.
So it's Robert Garcia, Representative Maxwell Frost, Representative Yasmin Anasari, and Representative Maxine Dexter. Let's start with Frost, since that's where you began, Kayal.
Yeah, this guy ticks me off.
Cut 9 here, Phil. He was on with Will Cain yesterday, and they're like, "You're a congressman from Florida. Why are you, what are you doing in El Salvador?" Roll this.
Why, Congressman, are you in El Salvador? You are there for an El Salvadorian man who was a resident illegally of Maryland. You're a congressman from Florida. Why are you in El Salvador?
Well, we're here because a man who had protected status in Maryland, a Maryland man, union member, worker with a citizen wife and beautiful children, was taken out of his state and out of the United States back over here without due process. And for us, we're here for a couple of reasons. Number one is because every person in our country deserves due process. And we want to make sure that we draw the line here at Kilmar Garcia.
Just thinking about the nuances of immigration, is it me, or have we made this such a convoluted, murky, muddy concept? Like, to me, when you talk about, you're either here legally or you're here illegally. These protected statuses and temporary visas, why do we have to make everything so complicated? This guy, to me, was a notoriously known by 3 agencies minimum, 2 judges, Tennessee State Police, as well as, I believe, one of the sheriffs in Maryland, who was quoted yesterday as saying 1,000% he is MS-13. And we're sitting here with these, trying to be these nuanced conversations of protected status and family attributes. None of that is relevant. It does not matter if he's a dad, a husband,
a union member.
He's got 17 kids, a union member. He goes to church. None of that is relevant. You're either here legally or illegally. And I mean, if you were to stack up the arguments for Republicans, and it's absurd that this is like political, and for Democrats, and you were to, how many bullets can you say, well, here's my crux of my argument? Republicans have a far stronger case for this guy being gone than Democrats do. Democrats had, what, 1 judge rule in his favor? 1 judge? And I don't understand SCOTUS either. It's above my intellect. But I don't understand the late Friday night, early Saturday. We talked about this yesterday, Greg, with Dawn and Sean Farish. House SCOTUS is going to sit there and rule against, by the way, 7-2. It was only Thomas and Alito that dissented on this ruling. I mean, we've heard Andy McCarthy. I'd like to hear Turley if Turley's spoken about this.
He has.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. I just, here's the thing. I'm conflicted on even, like Greg said earlier, talking about this because I'm much more comfortable talking about due process, for example, with the J6ers. That's a great example of people who were incarcerated for, nearly 3 years, even locally. And so I believe in due process. I just think Democrats, if this is where you want to go, it's you're digging your own grave.
By the way,
I agree.
Yeah, by the way, if he's a gang member, not a gang member, there's nuance to it.
He's got him on his knuckles.
Didn't he say that he was afraid of retribution from another? So wouldn't that indicate that he was a part of a gang, whether it was MS-13 or not?
You're not going to be dealing with retribution from one gang that rivals another if you're not a member of the other gang.
And by the way, even if he wasn't any of this, the fact that he's an alleged wife beater, get him out of the country.
Well, and here's the other thing.
All wife beaters, out of the country.
How
about that?
I agree.
How about that?
And forget about whether or not he's a convicted. I keep hearing this defense. Well, he's never committed a crime. He's never been convicted of blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. He is a confirmed MS-13 member. And under the Trump administration, they labeled MS-13 and Tren de Aragua as terrorist organizations. So once they classify and deem those two groups as terrorists, if you are a confirmed member of said terrorist group, out of the country. I mean, would Democrats be arguing if this was an ISIS member?
Probably.
Would Democrats take a road trip to the Middle East
Probably.
and go to Afghanistan for 4 days?
All their libertarian streaks only come out during Trump's administration. Mangelmush says rival gang was his words, so that would indicate it was that he's in a gang. So like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is the stupidest story ever.
And the fact that I'll tell you what, how many lawyers are getting paid on this thing? Government lawyers, right? The lawyers always win, but as Yoli always says. But to me, what I will watch for is whether or not it looks like they've already transferred him to a lower security prison, apparently in El Salvador. And I just wonder if in El Salvador, they will release him back into society and release him from the prison. So I guess they have to vet him, and then they'll release him.
So is it confirmed?
A citizen there.
He's locked up in a lesser place?
Yes.
Okay, because I read something a day or two ago after watching the video of the photo op at that ridiculous restaurant that Van Hollen was at. I was reading that he's a free citizen in El Salvador. That he's just roaming the streets.
I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't know which one to believe on that front either. Here's what I would do if I was Bukele, and obviously, Bukele and Trump had some off-the-record conversations behind closed doors. If I'm Bukele, I'm having him monitored 24/7.
Yeah.
But Nick, the surveillance state. No, trust me, I'm having that guy monitored.
I am. I mean, you can tell by my takes on things. I am as libertarian as the day is long. But when it comes to this stuff, I don't understand this whole, the due process. It's such a nuanced argument that 98% of the American people could give a less about. And
but it's still in the courts, Greg.
Yeah.
It goes back now, April 7th, or it went back, right? It just went back again. Yeah. So this is still back and forth with appeals.
Yeah.
By the way, the from Arizona, there, Maxine Dexter. She's also in El Salvador. She released a video yesterday saying that she will be staying there until the MS-13 terrorist Kilmar Albrego Garcia is released. So
good. Why don't you purchase the timeshare while you're there? Have a blast.
By the way, this woman looks like every.
Yeah. And then call Wesley Financial to get out of your timeshare.
Exactly what you would think. Somebody who says, "I'm staying in El Salvador until this man is released."
No, I've never had a visual. What's her name?
Maxine Dexter.
Okay, because I'm thinking of Maxine Waters. I didn't know
no,
we had two nut jobs named Maxine, but apparently we do. Let me guess. I did not look this up. I'm just going to guess. 62, grayish blue hair, and bad eyeglasses.
Not the bad eyeglasses, but you're close on everything else. She looks like your neighbor in Bluebell. Or she hangs out in New Hope.
I got a whole street full of them.
Roll it.
Congresswoman Maxine Dexter here, coming to you from El Salvador.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I flew here last night with 3 of my colleagues to demand that Kilmar Abrego Garcia be released.
Yeah.
He is being held in violation of a Supreme Court order expressly telling the Trump administration to effectuate and facilitate his coming home. That is being ignored. This is not just a threat to all people in the United States who could be illegally abducted, detained, and transported internationally against their will. But it is a fact that our president does not recognize the branches of government and the balances of power. This is what we all have been calling a constitutional crisis, yet it is more severe than anything we've seen. We cannot stay silent. We must stay loud. I am here because I refuse to wait for something to happen. We are here to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
So just for those, and it's probably a select small few, undocumented immigrants, also referred to as illegal aliens, are generally granted due process rights in the United States. This means they are entitled to certain legal protections when facing removal or other government actions, which include the right to a fair hearing, notice of charges, and the opportunity to present evidence in defense. But the issue here for me is we've gone through the court process and multiple processes. How many times on this guy's case? I mean, how many more judges? Now you get ultimately to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that, they should not have deported him or they should bring them back. I will be consistent on this front. When the Supreme Court, say what you want about them, their political leanings, the fact that, the legal system is in no way, shape, or form perfect, but respect for the position of the 9 justices, whether they rule in your favor or against you, I do think you should adhere to that. And that applies to the Biden administration with student loan bailouts. That also would apply to the Trump administration here. But let me ask you something. And I know it's apples to oranges, but which one would you rather fight for? Would you rather fight for going against the Supreme Court if it means protecting American citizens from an MS-13 member? Or would you rather die on the hill of defying the Supreme Court over student loan bailouts? Now, they're both administrations are guilty of not adhering to a Supreme Court ruling. Although, you know what? Partisan politics aside, I'd rather be without Kilmar Abrego Garcia in this country. Just saying.
How do you think these representatives' constituents feel about instead of them being in the cities and towns and states that they're elected in, they're in El Salvador? Trying to bring home an illegal alien.
Do you think in Chris Van Hollen's district there's anybody walking around the streets saying, "Boy, he did that for me too back in the day"?
Yeah,
that guy will go to fight for his voters, right?
Yeah. It's just it's unbelievable. Like they're on vacation over there. You know what I mean?
Garcia can't even vote. Think about that.
Yeah.
These people are going to bat for people that can't even increase their bottom line.
Yep.
Right.
Representative Robert Garcia, come on down. What would you like to say about being in El Salvador?
What's really important is that Donald Trump is defying a 9-0 decision of the Supreme Court to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back home to the United States. Lower courts have affirmed that. The administration has said they sent him here by accident, and this is a massive due process crisis in our country. Donald Trump cannot defy the Supreme Court. We've got to raise the attention, not just in the U.S., but here, and demand his release.
All right. Well, then I guess what is the because we keep going around in circles with this absurd story that's now 4 weeks old that won't go away. What is the ultimate solution? Trump says no, and the Supreme Court says yes. So does he just stay? Does somebody from the government go and bring him back and give him whatever he's entitled to under due process, and then he's jettisoned back out? Does he get shipped back out to somewhere other than El Salvador? what is the ultimate end game here? Because until we actually have a final result, it's just back and forth. It's like a tennis match. We're just volleying the ball back and forth.
I hate to tell you, but like in the court of public opinion, if you're arguing due process rights, you're losing.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. This is a loser for Democrats. And I think you look at Harry Etten or Steve Kornacki, most Americans, a majority, or as Harry Etten would say, a plurality of the electorate agrees with Trump on his immigration policies. So again, they're on the losing side of this. I'm just wondering, because this story does not go away until one of two things happen, right? Either Garcia is brought back, or Garcia is brought back and then sent back and given whatever quote he was not granted.
So in the same county where Kilmar Abrego Garcia lived before he was deported, there is the murder of a 23-year-old Maryland mother. Her body finally found buried in the forest. She was strangled to death, and an illegal immigrant and his uncle are charged with her murder. So it's interesting that you have this murder allegedly at the hands of an illegal immigrant and his uncle. I don't know if the uncle is also accused of being illegal, but as an alleged accessory. But you don't see that in the headlines. And so I think in Maryland, in that area, it is the lead story right now. And so I can only imagine for Van Hollen and other lawmakers, people looking around saying, are you kidding me? You're talking about the Maryland father? What about another Maryland mother her body was just found? She was strangled to death.
He was a House of Representative member for the 8th and the 18th districts in Maryland. If anybody knows what those districts are or where they are or what it includes, there you go, the 8th and the 18th district.
Just so you know, the Trump administration, what they're arguing, what their Defense Department is saying in court is that the way they read this SCOTUS ruling that we've been referring to is that, well, if El Salvador lets Kilmar out of jail and he shows up at the border, I guess we have to let him back in. Like that's basically what they're arguing. That's how they interpret that ruling.
Well, that's the thing that's frustrating about SCOTUS sometimes is with their decisions and their opinions that come down, sometimes they're not even definitive in, they give you their opinion, but it leaves so many things open for interpretation and judgment, which is frustrating to me because this is supposed to be the court of last resort where you go all the way up the food chain of the appellate courts and the appeals process, and then you think you're going to get closure and finality to a case, and then sometimes you're just still there scratching your head.
We'll get to Jonathan Turley in just one second. It's the art of the tease, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start with, let's finish here with Yasmin Ansari. This woman.
Is she from Baywatch? Oh, no, that's Yasmin Bleeth.
By the way, again, if you had to picture what a woman.
Not Yasmin Bleeth.
Who went to El Salvador to argue for the release of a terrorist. Or an alleged guy who's affiliated with a terrorist organization, it would be this woman. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there right now. And please, when you're here, hit the like and subscribe buttons.
And also, by the way, now that they are deemed terrorist organizations, which they should be, these individuals have killed more Americans than any Middle Eastern terrorist organization. Okay, so when you think about MS-13 and Tren de Aragua and the fentanyl trafficking in this country, hundreds of thousands of Americans dying a year by drugs, not to mention the horrific stories that Dawn gives you with murders and women being abused and killed. This 20-fold more than any radical Islamic terrorist.
You should see the way they kill. Like these cartels, the way they kill, there's no, like back in the day, the mafia, there was honor amongst thieves because they wouldn't go after wives, they wouldn't go after children.
They just put a slug in the husband's head and then bury him under the Meadowlands.
Exactly. You cross them, you may end up 6 feet under.
Yeah.
Or in the Pine Barrens in New Jersey.
At least you get a proper burial.
But they would never go after wives and kids. These animals, these savages, they don't care. They'll hang you, with your throat slit from from an overpass.
Go-
They don't care.
Go back to Lake and Riley's killer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's sitting there beating her to death with was it a cinder block or a rock?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. There's particular malice against women and girls.
Yeah, of course.
People are savages.
Roll this Democrat rep.
Hi, everyone. This is Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari. After a long day, we have arrived in El Salvador. I am here with several of my colleagues to demand that Donald Trump release Kilmar Abrego Garcia, union member, Maryland man who was wrongfully detained and deported, has never been convicted of a crime, and who the United States Supreme Court has ruled 9-0 unanimously. The United States must facilitate his return. Last night, I had a town hall in my district where a woman came and said her son, who is Salvadoran, they are scared to travel this summer because what if what happened to Kilmar Garcia happens to them? If there's not due process for Kilmar, there will be no due process for anyone. We want to make sure that Kilmar is still alive. We want to make sure that he has access to counsel. We want to make sure that the United States does what it's supposed to do, follow the Supreme Court of the United States and release him. And we are here fighting for the future of our democracy.
Can you imagine? These people are going to a different country and arguing that a person who is here illegally needs to come back.
Yep.
What world are we in?
And she's sitting there saying, "Well, there's other people in my jurisdiction that are of El Salvadorian descent, and if they take a summer vacation, they might disappear too." Well, as long as they're not in MS-13 or Tren de Aragua,
And they're here legally.
They have nothing to worry about. Here's the other thing, too. When they sit here and they talk about MS-13 and everybody has basically confirmed that he is MS-13, what do you think he does within MS-13, Democrats? Do you think he's in, like, the MS-13 HR department?
Yeah, he might be.
Is he in accounting? Does he do the payroll?
Yeah, he's not a member of the gang. He does the
he does the clerical work.
He does the wallpaper.
Yeah, he's the front office receptionist. Give me a break.
All right, Jonathan Turley, 14 here, on the Abrego Garcia case. Roll this.
Down. So let's start with that Garcia case. Okay, so the Supreme Court, there's this big argument about what they said in their order about getting him back. They deferred to the district court saying, all right, there's language there, facilitate and effectuate getting him back. But they said this, the intended scope of the term effectuate in the district court's order is unclear, may exceed the district court's authority. The district court should clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. Jonathan, the Trump administration is saying that means essentially we don't have to do everything in our power to try to get him back.
Right. The Trump administration is adopting a pretty artificially narrow interpretation. They're saying that if they bring him to our doorstep, we have to open the door. The district court clearly disagrees and basically said, I feel unfacilitated. Well, this is the problem with what the Supreme Court did. You can get a unanimous decision if no one can agree what you said. Mm-hmm. And they said you have to facilitate, but they didn't define what that means. And at the same time, the deference that the judge has shown to the executive branch has not been robust. And the Trump administration is saying, look, they clearly said that we have a foreign policy prerogative here, and you cannot force us to bring an El Salvadoran who's in an El Salvadoran prison back to the United States unless El Salvador agrees, and they don't.
So the district court has said, listen, I want to know in accounting exactly what you're doing. The Supreme Court has told you have to work on getting this guy back. They then, the Trump administration, appealed to the Fourth Circuit, which is not known as a super left-wing crazy court. And this is what the Fourth Circuit said. The government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process. That is the foundation of our constitutional order. It should be shocking, not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear. Again, they were using the word resident, not citizen, because this person does not have legal protections.
That's true. And the words that you just quoted were from one of the more conservative judges on the Fourth Circuit, Judge Jay Wilkinson, who's well known, very respected. And what was interesting in his opinion is he said that, look, the Supreme Court, yes, it did tell the district judge that you have to be respectful of the executive's prerogatives, the executive's right to conduct foreign affairs and supervise immigration. But at the same time, the executive branch needs to be respectful of court orders and respectful of the judiciary. And I thought, actually, he kind of hit the soaring prose level of his opinion, where he basically said we all need to get along to make our system work, that all sides, all branches of the government need to respect one another and work together to get this right.
Not really working.
So that's, to me, the back and forth volleying that I mentioned earlier is you have these judges that are sitting there saying the Trump administration should respect our ruling, and the Trump administration is saying you should respect our foreign policy. And that's the thing that's frustrating for me as a Trump voter is I voted for this. And I don't like the fact that we have judges that are trying to commandeer and one up a president who's got a foreign policy, in their words, prerogative to operate in this form and fashion. And I think most Americans agree with this. This is the reason why, or one of the main 2-3 reasons that Trump won. And I'll go back to what I said yesterday when Sean was on. If this is the way the process is going to play out, we're never going to be able to deport all of these people that are justifiably deportable because it's going to get caught up in court. All these tax dollars are going to be wasted on the litigation process. And ultimately, to think about this at the most simplistic view, if Trump can't execute what he wants to execute with immigration, we don't have a border then. We just have people coming in or people that have been here, and the Trump administration is going to basically round them up and then do what? They're not going to be able to deport? So are they going to stay in an American prison on our taxpayer dollars? That's the whole frustrating part here. Is you have this lawfare of judges, whether they're conservative or not. And by the way, just because you're a conservative justice doesn't mean you like Trump. There are plenty of conservatives out there that don't like Trump. So I'm tired of hearing, well, just because he's a conservative justice, that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean he's going to always rule with Trump, whether we like it or not.
Well, a couple of things. First and foremost, to your point of this administration deporting people like they have quickly and effectively. And by the way, out of the hundreds that were sent over, nobody's fighting for the others, right? They're mostly saying one guy. So one guy out of hundreds. So I guess if you look at this by omission, you say, well, gee, what about the hundreds of others who are now, deported and are in those prisons and those huge mega prisons in El Salvador? So is everybody agreeing that those other dudes are some bad, dangerous dudes and they deserve to be back there? And so to me, if I'm Trump, I'm saying, guys, again, dot your I's, cross your T's. If this guy got caught up in the net and he shouldn't have, or he should have, figure this out. But I think the problem here, the real problem that I see is that you have El Salvador's president saying, no, this is my citizen in El Salvador, and we're not giving him back. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So now it creates a foreign, policy diplomacy issue. These judges and justices, they can rule all they want about due process, which I agree with. But once somebody's over there in El Salvador, what are you going to do? Do you think illegal aliens or identified terrorists should be granted due process rights in America? They do. They are. I know they are. They have to be. And ICE will tell you that. When I've interviewed those guys, when I talk to those, they say, look, even if we arrest, everybody gets due process, because that's kind of our thing in America. We believe in liberty. We believe in due process, even for the most heinous, accused criminals. And so that is our thing. But in this case, what's the deterrent? I think this entire case with Trump doubling down and saying, no, if you're a bad hombre and we catch you, we're going to boot your butt in the middle of the night. And I think what that does is it is forcing a lot of people to self-deport. Mm-hmm. We've seen that by the thousands.
What do Maryland residents think of this? People who actually live there, about the Maryland dad. Fox News went out to Maryland to discuss this or to ask questions about this. This is cut 23, Phil, if you have this. There it is. Roll it.
He was living in Maryland, designated MS-13 terrorist, and Donald Trump deported him. Mm-hmm. How does that make you feel?
I feel safer.
He gotta go. He gotta go.
Need to go. I mean, that's it.
But he was a father.
But he's still a terrorist.
Okay. I mean, but there's children living without fathers now.
He should have picked and choose, so he picked to be a terrorist instead of worrying about his children.
The Democrats, they want him back.
All right,
they say he was
can
wrong.
you stop for 1 second? Because what's more interesting to me about this whole thing is that whoever this numbnuts is that's doing this?
Johnny.
That's Johnny, man
Whatever.
about town.
Okay,
Yeah, he's the he'll be Jesse Waters in 20 years.
I don't watch this crap like you two do.
He was here for the Eagles parade.
Who cares?
I got a picture with him.
Who cares?
He's good at what he does.
What's more
love
interesting?
Johnny.
What's more interesting to me is the fact that he has to explain to these people what the case is, and this is what I mean. This is what I started out saying at 6 o'clock. Is that like 98% of the American people have no idea about this case.
So that's your observation. See, I have a different takeaway. To me, I think this goes beyond politics and gender and race. Did you see all the people there? For those that are not watching, every person that he interviewed was a black female.
Yep.
Black females, short of white females, are the lowest percentage of Trump voters. We gave you the clip yesterday from Steve Kornacki. White, college-educated liberal women are the biggest thorn in Trump's ass. Black females are the second thorn in his ass, and they even agree with Trump on deportations of bad MS-13 members.
That's right.
So that's not raging white Karen liberal in Arizona. This is black females in somewhere in Maryland, wherever Johnny Numbnuts is. And even they're like, well, I don't care that he's a dad. He's a terrorist as well.
Yep.
Who gives a damn if he's a dad? Imagine that. I've used that before. I rob Kohl's. You think the Whitpain Township Police is letting me off the hook because I'm a dad?
Nope.
Charles Manson was a dad too. By
Bro,
the way.
yeah.
He had many offspring.
Yeah.
With his
Congratulations, you procreated
followers.
another human being. What is that? A get out of jail for free card? Like this is Monopoly?
91 Ellis Exorcist. These dummies he's interviewing are more concerned with Drake versus Kendrick Lamar. roll this.
Put.
Roll this.
And a kid who's a citizen. They're calling this a national emergency. Is this a national emergency?
I wouldn't call it a national emergency. We got more things going on. We have more things, more fish to fry. I just found out about it, so I don't think so. What kind of national emergency? For what? What is the emergency for? Ain't no national emergency, no.
He was accused of hitting his wife twice and was a suspected human smuggler. Was he wrongfully deported?
No. He need to go. If he's a smuggler, yeah, he need to be deported.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Your senator here, Chris Van Hollen, he flew to El Salvador where this guy was deported. He met with them, had lunch with them, had margaritas on the table. What's up with your senator?
I have no idea, but I do believe that was a waste of taxpayer dollars. Agreeing with somebody whooping their wife, terrorizing where you live,
whooping
then you don't need to live here either. Senator Van Hollen, you need to come see me, Mr. Coley, because you doing like that. You need to take care of home before you go in other states.
He went to El Salvador.
Oh, that's another country, excuse me.
What has Senator Chris Van Hollen ever done for you?
Nothing.
Nothing. For me, nothing.
Nothing that I know of.
He ain't do me. I can admit that. I've never even heard of this person.
Do you want Kilmar Abrego Garcia, this quote-unquote Maryland dad, living back in Maryland?
No. No.
No. No.
Not if he's doing trafficking, no. Why the I want somebody like that back? No.
What is your message to the Democrats who really want him back in your community?
Why would you want that in my community? Bring it to your community and see how long you like it up there. Leave them, or y'all go over there with them. You're focused on the wrong thing.
If they illegal.
And guess what? Janice in New Hope, deep down inside, she agrees with them.
Agreed.
She'll grift, she'll virtue signal, but nobody wants a cartel member in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
Nobody.
How about the one lady struck me, better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that that sums it up.
Yes.
All right, one more on this. This is a Maryland sheriff who says he 1,000% believes that
I thought I saw this guy.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 member. This is cut 13, Phil. You have it there? Yeah, there you go.
What do you make of all this? This is the same Democrat Senator Van Hollen who voted along with 36 or so Democrat senators against the Laken Riley Act, walked out of President Trump's joint session address when the president talked about women murdered by illegal aliens. What do we know about Garcia?
Well, it's absolutely appalling that this is where Senator Van Hollen and many Democrats, the many that are down there right now, want to focus their efforts on an individual who certainly has MS-13 ties, and I 100% believe, 1,000% believe him to be an MS-13 member from everything I've read out of the police reports and what has been released. This isn't just an average person on the street. This is somebody that the police have looked at and been able to tie, and 2 immigration judges have tied him to MS-13. This just isn't a victim of circumstance, of unfortunate circumstance. This is an individual who should not be in our country, who was ordered for removal, and the mistake being apparently he couldn't be removed to El Salvador. I agree with one of the earlier guests I saw in an earlier program. If that's the case, then take him to the embassy in El Salvador, do the paperwork, and move him somewhere else. But he does not need to be in this country victimizing the citizens here.
I thought it spoke volumes yesterday when we played the clip of Strahan from Good Morning America on ABC, where he asked Garcia's wife about her filing of a PFA, and I think it was a restraining order for domestic violence, and she had nothing to say. I mean, she was completely silent. Now, that's not grounds for deportation. I get it. But that is an aggravating circumstance, and that's just another piece to the puzzle that goes to show you the full picture that this is a bad individual.
Well, I was looking at the DHS data. By the thousands, people are using the Biden app that they did the reversal. They're by the thousands. People are self-deporting because they don't want to end up in that mega prison.
What a great use of an app. It used to be how you would come into the country. Yep. Now you can see yourself out with it. That's brilliant.
And that's Kristi Noem. She did all those ads, and she said, if you don't want to end up here, go to the app and just self-deport, because if you do that, you do the right thing.
DEI hire Kristi Noem.
You have a shot to, why? Because of her, she has some beautiful lips.
Yeah, she
does.
She does.
She's dope.
She does it for me. Hard to believe she's a grandmother.
Yeah,
young grandma.
She had kids young.
It's all right. I'm going to defend her later in the show. I'm going to butt heads with Stalker.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm going to defend Kristi.
You should never carry around your passport.
Is that right?
Yeah, you should not carry around your passport.
I always lose mine. Every time I get ready to travel, Social Security card nowhere to be found, passport nowhere to be found.
Photograph everything, but even when you travel overseas, you're supposed to keep it in the safe. So why she had her passport in her pocketbook? Who cares about the cash? Don't carry your passport.
Because she's a dope.
All right, so we want to
Was she about to travel?
No, are we doing this now?
Why does she need that?
Okay. No, we have to break.
By the way, Snow Bunny Gal says on X, can one of you guys please post the interview of the people in Maryland, the man about town?
Yeah.
She says, I really want to watch it later when I get off of work. Snow Bunny Gal.
Or go to YouTube and watch it right now.
I don't think she's capable of watching it right now.
All right,
I think she wants us to clip it later.
Okay.
I love the Johnny stuff. He and his crew. He has a crew of 3 guys. He has a sound guy, a video. You should see their fabulous crew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they work at Fox. Of course
they work at Fox. It's like amazing. But when he did Spring Breakers and he was asking who's the Speaker of the House, they said Caroline Leavitt.
You know what? I'm a team guy. I'm riding with my crew. Dawn, Greg,
yeah, baby.
Jimmy, and Phil.
Woo!
Yeah. Hey, Johnny. John. What do they call him? Johnny what? What's his name? Johnny, man on the street?
Yeah.
You don't have a Jimmy Kelly with you, do you? No, I didn't think so. That's right. I got your back, Kelly. Leslie's in South Philadelphia. Leslie, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yes. What would you like me to comment on? Because first, before I can mention Hegseth, but before that, I wanted to mention that I think Trump, as a sort of like an across the aisle move to also change the public discussion away from Hegseth, give a compassionate pardon to Bob Menendez and his wife as soon as his wife is sentenced. Okay, so and that would make a lot of friends, because Menendez did have a lot of buddies and still does, I'm sure, in the Senate, and I think his son is in the House. Anyway, moving along. So Hegseth took his wife to a European publicized meeting with his counterparts. Now, Trump, who's been married several times also, and confides and admits it, to his wife, and had his daughter and son-in-law with full classification allowances. See, so Trump. This is fine with Trump, and but hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Leslie. I'm listening.
Okay, okay.
I'm just trying to see if you're going to connect the dots here.
Don't take calls.
Yeah. So what I think is that Hegseth should just bow along, and he should get his wife the formal clearance. And as the Pentagon is just chock full of CIA masquerading as military and all this,
radio's turning off all over the Delaware Valley.
He has to.
Leslie, let me ask you, Leslie. So I just want to get to the point here. So do you think Pete Hegseth is in over his head? Do you think he should be fired?
No. No, he just has to look. He is with the stealthiest people in the world.
Okay.
And he has to start stepping up to the fact that he cannot.
Right.
He cannot be. He cannot be using the same thing,
Sure.
and they can even guess that he's on this. Thing that he's on this.
It was just amazing to me. I was going to try to hit the out time, and Stalker told me to take the call, and then I'm like, all right, we take the call, and we get that. But thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thanks, Leslie.
Made some lovely points. What
We're
they
all
were,
over
I
it.
don't know, but they were great points.
Trump doesn't confide. Does he confide in Melania? I don't think Melania doesn't have.
They don't speak.
I'm going to
confide in Melania.
Greg, they were adorable yesterday, holding hands.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And there were some really adorable moments yesterday.
Here's $1 million. Please appear with me at the egg roll hunt.
They were darling yesterday, blowing their whistles in unison. No, they were cute.
Oh yeah, they're adorable.
I'm going to confide in a blowtorch. Kayal and Company. We got a break, right?
Yeah, by the way, I have some amazing things on the other side. Can we get into Nancy Mace?
We can get into Kristi Noem, Nancy Mace. Any hot Republican women I can get into.
And a woman, two women, one woman just started going on an unhinged yelling fest at this guy with a MAGA hat. We have that. And a woman pepper sprays a Muslim Uber driver after he began praying in Arabic.
Yep.
And I want to get your take on this, what you guys think of this. She was found guilty, and she's but the video was released, and I just want to
made her feel a little uncomfortable.
Yeah,
huh?
It made her feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm
gonna need to hear the facts of the case.
You're gonna see it all. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT.
I judge everything individually on its own merit, folks. Kayal and Company, 8 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement by spring for one of the trips to Bucks County Estate Traders, because right now you might be in the market for some pieces to your home. It could be your dining room, your living room, your bedroom. Well, they have 16,000 plus pieces of all high quality, famous brands that have been meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. I met the owner, Matt, myself, and he looks over every single item that he brings into his showroom. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com today or see the showroom in Hatfield.
So my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, you know that I'm reporting to you from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studio, and they feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models, they have such sleek new designs and innovative features that are powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles that are available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, just moseying along here on a Tuesday. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Phil, and Jimmy. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't forget, Pints and Politics. Trump's first 100 days, 2 weeks from tonight. Tuesday, May 6th, 7:30, Colonial Theater, Phoenixville. Be there. Tickets, 1210WPHT.com.
They're saying on the YouTube chat that they're feeling guilty because I called them out by names. Names. Swami Mommy said, is anybody else going? Because now I feel shamed by Greg for calling me out. Yeah, you should. You should. We give you this quality entertainment. Just come out and support the radio station.
Yeah.
Support the Phoenixville Theater, Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
Yes. It's the people that give you hours upon hours of beautiful entertainment.
Beautiful.
It's not, Donald Trump Jr. for a book signing. It's not, another guy pimping this or promoting that. This is your brethren. This is your family. Yeah, every day. 20 hours a week for me. 20 hours a week for Zioli. 15 hours a week for Dom. And 30 hours a week for Stensland.
15-ish hours for Zioli.
It is Friday, right? We're getting closer to Friday.
And the 6 o'clock
Tuesday.
hour. The 6 o'clock hour may or may not be live sometimes. 4 hours is a lot to ask people. I know that. By the way, the link for the Politics and Pints is up in the YouTube chat. So just get on over there. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Kayal, were you doing stretches during the commercial break?
My back is tight. My back is tight. Yeah, you know what my problem is?
Yeah.
What?
You guys are very good at going and walking around throughout the show. You'll grab coffee, go to the bathroom. If I don't remind myself to grab that second cup of coffee, or unless I really have a bladder issue, I can almost sit here for 4 straight hours and just wait for the next segment. I don't know.
Got to touch your toes.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to get up and move around. My back was getting some.
Road Warrior asked if that was your workout for the day.
No, I'll tell you what. I ran 4.5 miles yesterday.
Good job. That's awesome.
Outdoors, by the way, not treadmill, no elliptical. Woo. My knees are a little sore from that damn concrete, but.
Oh yeah, Dr. Phil McGroin. Let me. Yeah,
and while we're at it, my groin's a little sore too.
The 8:45 audience is my favorite audience, so I'm talking directly to you, 8:45 audience. That click on that link for Politics and Pints, and by the way, this 1210WPHT.com. By the way, this second part of what's on the cut sheet is sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution, at 856-848-4444. Lou Varga and all the good people at Garden State Earthworks. 856-848-4444. Tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT Kayal and Company. Okay.
Yeah, and also, by the way, while we're giving updates,
water.
I'm down to 209.7.
Woo, good job.
5.3 pounds in 19 days.
That's not great. That's
not bad.
That's not bad.
I'm gonna hit 7 pounds, I think, by the end of the month.
And you're booze free?
I didn't say I was booze free.
Well, you told me you were.
I cheated on Friday.
Okay.
I cheated on Friday.
So you're not booze free.
I had two high lifes.
Oh, that's barely.
They're
that's
low
barely,
energy.
that's barely booze.
Right.
You might as well just, dude. If you're gonna go, you might as well just take.
But it was at the golf. But it was at the golf outing.
No. What I'm saying is that high lifes, you might as well just do. Have some tequila or something like that. At least it's, better for you than high lifes.
I had to have a few pops with the great Wayne Marley, who gave $3,000 to Travis Manion Foundation, and then another $1,000 to golf with me.
Wonderful. It was great he was here.
Yes.
This woman, this is 19 fellow. This woman was filmed having a meltdown in a restaurant over someone wearing a MAGA hat.
Oh, jeez.
Who goes out and sees people like this and is just like, I'm gonna start a don't these people have anything better to do with their time?
Nope.
I work in this industry.
Yeah.
I have no interest in engaging with the opposition in my personal time.
Yeah.
You could have the biggest Joe Biden. I'm like, it doesn't even register with me.
I know.
God, these people are nauseating.
I don't see what people are wearing. I don't care what people. I have no. You're right. I am laser focused on whatever I'm doing. The public surrounding me is just wallpaper.
And I'm not one of these zombies that grocery shops with headphones on because I want to be detached from society. I'm dialed into everything I'm doing when I'm out in public.
Oh, it's great.
But I could walk by a Biden supporter with a Biden shirt and I might not even recognize it.
By the way, you put the noise canceling features on those Apple iPods. You don't hear a damn thing.
Is that right?
It's fabulous. Babies crying, nothing. Nothing. You want to tune out your family? It's great. It is great. All right, this woman having a meltdown over a dude wearing a MAGA shirt. Roll this.
I have a baby here with you. You're a disgusting, sick, vile weirdo.
Can you just stop? Can you imagine?
I know.
And you have a baby.
Can we freeze her with just where she's standing? I mean, look at this. Jeans 40 sizes too big. She's got the Jesus. She's wearing the Jesus sandals, the old Birkenstocks that have been out of style for 21 years. And is she wearing a green hat? What is that? A John Deere hat with her moo jacket?
This woman is mentally ill, in my opinion.
Isn't that noise pollution?
And that looks like a fairly decent restaurant.
Now, to be fair, because I always want to be fair. You know me, I never like to jump to conclusions. We don't know what words were said before this, but I'm guessing that this woman is just mentally ill, in my opinion, and went off on this guy. Can you start this over, Phil? I'm going to start this over here. For those driving right now, can hear the lovely dulcet tones of this woman. Go.
And you have a baby here with you. You're a disgusting, sick, vile weirdo. Oh my God, right? You dumb, you're with this. He doesn't want me or you to have equality. Oh my God, go pray for me. Touch me and watch me touch sit down.
Oh, yeah.
Get out. You're not welcome here. You don't want these people here. You're not welcome. You want me to make you be okay and comfortable in this.
Look at this. Look at this.
There's the police.
I just want some guacamole and a margarita.
Salt or sugar? How do you like your rims? God almighty. It's amazing. I've never really had to deal with that. Boy, I actually do pray that happens one day, either directly to me or if I could just be in the same establishment and just sit there and observe it. It's an unbelievable case study on how societal issues are so triggering.
Can I ask a question to Dawn Stanslin?
What?
Those shorts that she's wearing are like 900 sizes too big. Is that a style or something? They look like jorts, but they're ginormous. Phil, without the audio, can you just roll? There you go. There.
I mean, even John Cena thinks those are baggy.
Look at the size of those things.
Jesus.
Look at. I don't know, guys.
I mean, you could legitimately fit El Salvador inside of her jeans. Small country.
I have no idea, but she's,
nuts.
She is, but I would say they were good to call the police because I would feel threatened by her. She's stalking the person. She's following somebody, and
you're not welcome
feels threatening.
here.
Yeah, it feels to me that's a threat. So I think they did the right thing. Call the cops. And I'm sorry to say that. I'm sure the police are like, "Oh, great," but that's the way to handle it. To not even engage with her seriously, because you don't know.
Yeah.
She might do something physical.
Yeah, and if you're there with a group of people, just make sure somebody pulls out their phone and starts recording to defend yourself.
What's that shirt she's wearing?
It is. Was that Peter Pan on there?
Here, can you rewind it for a second?
You ever notice that people that have mental health issues, they wear it on their sleeve literally?
It looks like a. Is that like a biblical thing, Dawn? Is that like a?
It does look like some
painting or something. I
don't know.
Anyway, this you can't go out in public. Like it's just we've lost our minds. Yeah. Politics has just completely ruined everything.
No, it's made my life great.
It has. It's ruined everything. Thank you. And
I hope it never changes.
I say that as somebody who makes a living off of this, but it's ruined everything. No. People can't cope anymore.
We need it. This is content. I'm all whatever's best for the show.
I will submit to you that when Joe Biden stood in Philadelphia with those 2 United States Marines behind him as props with that weird lighting, and it was Darth Joe Biden, he gave these kinds of people permission to do exactly what she's doing. He made it okay to verbally attack or whatever against Trump supporters, MAGA supporters, because evil MAGA.
You can also argue
that's what
calling out the
Joe
media
Biden
and fake news and evil Democrats. You can also argue
that's what he did. He gave people
But you can also argue on the other side that it's the other side, too. Okay.
He was the president of the United States, and he gave permission.
Because people always listen to the president. Right. Okay. Gotcha. This unhinged woman.
He did claim, though. Joe Biden did claim that he was going to be a uniter.
Just be intellectually honest. I'm just saying, like, he can't say one side is guilty of it when the other side is, saying evil, demonic Democrats.
Well, the worst part is Biden doesn't believe anything he's saying. We just got that report yesterday that he never believed that men should be in women's sports.
Yeah.
Yet he grifted for 4 years. These guys are all skunks.
17 here. This is I just took things from TikTok, by the way. So
when in doubt, you can just go to TikTok. It's
TikTok du jour.
It's like a buffet of content.
This unhinged woman screeches that white people aren't pissed enough over Trump deporting illegal alien terrorists and gang members. She doesn't say that. I kind of ad-libbed a little bit there for you. Phil, do your dirty work and roll this.
Y'all white people ain't pissed enough for me. Y'all ain't mad enough for me.
Oh, boy.
They are sending people to the camps now. If you've ever asked yourself what you would have done, now's the time. Now's the time. Do you hear me?
Whoa, she's got a megaphone. Well, how about this? Can we, Phil, roll it back to like the last 2 seconds? She's got a WWE microphone and a megaphone. She's part Paul Heyman, part Bernie Sanders. And she's wearing a Coors T-shirt.
She's single, guys.
Yes. Just keep scrolling, boys. Whatever's the swipe direction to pass, swipe that way.
By the way,
love the tattoo on the thigh.
Well, I was going to ask you,
It's always a classy look.
Kayal, if you didn't hear, would you?
No.
No.
No, I wouldn't. Not after hearing her, seeing her. No. Yeah, I'm not. I got to tell you, the tattoo's got to be in a very selective place.
Can we roll this? Can we roll this one more time, Phil? Because I just want to, just because people haven't heard enough of this kind of stuff. Go.
Y'all white people ain't pissed enough
y'all.
for me. Y'all ain't mad enough for me. They are sending people to the camps now. If you've ever asked yourself what you would have done, now's the time. Now's the time.
We are
Do you hear me? Now's the
We are mentally ill.
What do they call
this
that?
Country is mentally ill.
Are those the double pigtails?
Yeah.
Or are those pony? I don't know. I should know this as a father of daughters, but pigtails? She's got like the, she looks like the raging liberal version of the Wendy's logo.
The eyebrow ring, which went out in 1999.
Well, that's also another sign of, some unhinged qualities.
Oh, my Lord.
It's the fascination of getting your body pierced in spots. It has to hurt like hell.
I told you I had my eyebrow pierced, but again, it was 1998.
Did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt like a bitch. Oof, my Lord. Oof.
Did you have anything else pierced?
No, just the eyebrow. I got infected. It was the worst. It was the worst. I got it on the boardwalk in, I think, Ocean City or Wildwood or one of those things. I was drunk. I was like, I need to get a piercing. My girlfriend at the time was like, yeah, you should get your eyebrow pierced. I'm like, I'm gonna get my eyebrow pierced. I woke up the next morning like, what the hell did I do?
What'd your parents say about that?
I was 19 or 18. They didn't care.
They didn't care?
No.
Remember back in the day when women had the belly button piercing?
Yeah.
That was always a hot look.
Sure.
I like that.
So Nancy Mays, did you guys see this video? You guys didn't talk about this yesterday. So
I think we did play this yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Oh, is this
this in the store?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but
it wasn't beeped out.
She spoke. It wasn't beeped out.
Yeah, this was our stretch of F-bombs yesterday.
Well, we
so
need
if
to.
you have the same clip, I would be careful.
I don't. Okay. She was on Fox News yesterday. She was on with Hannity, and she was explaining herself a little bit about what happened. Roll this, Phil.
What happened? What was going on behind the scenes? And how did the issue of gay rights come up in that conversation?
Well, right. I just wanted some face wash. That was it. I went to the store, had a little bit of time to myself on Saturday afternoon, want to go shopping like I do. I'm a normal person. I do my own grocery shopping. And this guy approached me, and I will tell you, I felt threatened. I felt harassed. And I will tell you, as someone who's experienced trauma in her life, and a lot of women will understand what I'm talking about, when some guy gets in your face and approaches you in the aggressive manner that he did, and you feel like you're in danger, instinctively, as women who've been through trauma, who've survived sexual assault, survived domestic abuse, you have two options. You can fight or you can flee. And Sean, I'm a fighter. And I've never stood back down from a fight. I will stand my ground like any strong woman
Look at
should.
that guy's shorts.
And I will tell you, this was the third incident I had last week alone. The incidences of threats, the threat of violence, the people coming up and harassing me in public has increased exponentially over the last 6 months since I came out.
So this is, according to Nancy Mace, this is the third time in as many weeks. She says in the beginning, she goes and does her own shopping. Nancy, you got to get personal security. I mean, if this is occurring as frequently as you claim, and she's already been on the receiving end of the guy from Chicago, we talked about this yesterday, that was in some sort of like low-level, grassroots level of politics, that physically grabbed her by the arm and things like that. She should get not Secret Service, but she should have a security detail.
Chris Apolito says, those shorts are so short you can almost tell his religion. That's a great comment. That's a great comment. It's true, though. Like, these guys with their, like, ooh. All right, keep rolling this.
Against the trans community, standing up against men in women's dresses. And I just had an event at the University of South Carolina about an hour ago. I wrapped it up, and a man in a dress picked up a potted plant and acted like he was going to throw it against me. I just posted that video on Twitter. You can follow it at Nancy Mace or nancymace.org. You can find it online. But my security team thought he was going to throw the plant at me because I used the word babe. He was offended by it. And then I used the word trans, and he was more offended by it. But the lunatics on the left, they're dangerous.
I agree with everything she said because these people are all unhinged wackos, in my opinion. She kind of loves this. She kind of loves this.
I do get that sense.
Yeah.
I do.
She
but
loves
again,
the attention. She loves the interaction.
Especially the high-profile ones. You know, if you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you're Nancy Mace, if you're Kristi Noem, if you're anybody that is remotely recognizable in the public light, you got to have security. And we're not even talking about better security. Apparently, according to the way I interpret that, is that she goes to Walgreens to pick up, eye care drops. She goes by herself.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're making good money, most of it on the up and up. How about a security detail? Find 2 or 3 meatheads that'll lay it on the line for a measly $40,000 and protect you when you leave your humble abode.
The fact that she look, there are elected officials, you're their, we're their boss, you elected them. So I guess you can say what you want to them. They have to expect that if they're going to do this. But it's gotten so crazy. And the woman can't even go out and get face wash or whatever without some lunatic screaming at her. It's ridiculous.
Look, we're in this Doge era of being outraged, rightfully so, by a lot of the discoveries of where our taxpayer dollars are going. If you were to tell me that my taxpayer dollars, give me a number going to certain people, Montgomery County, state of Pennsylvania, that's one thing I won't complain about. If these people need security, that's the least of my gripes is where my tax dollars are going.
By the way, Robert says nobody loves that, S word. Okay, but she always seems to find it. She always seems to film it. She always seems to get invited on said cable news shows to talk about it. So there is a part of her that kind of enjoys doing this. That's all I'm saying. This is Cut 21. This is an anti-ICE protester calling on people to get in the way of ICE. By the way, YouTube. Nick, can you see it in the preview?
Oh, of course. I wish I didn't. This preview option, I'm just going to go to the same feed that people get.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. This is an anti-ICE protest somewhere. This person, I believe is a woman. I have no idea. I'm guessing. Pants up way too high. A mask on outside.
And a pouch.
I mean, that is a pouch and a half, my friends.
By the way, how about this? In this all-inclusive, one-size-fits-all world that we live in, if we don't know how to identify them and it's their fault, not ours, why don't we just call them humans? Can they really be triggered by that? We're all human beings, right?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Have a field day.
Because if you call them God's children, they could be triggered because they're anti-religious and how dare you say I'm God's child, I don't believe in God or whatever. But I think that the total de-escalation of this is just brand them as humans.
Mm-hmm.
We're all human beings.
Roll this.
If you see ICE disappearing people in the streets, will you get in the way?
Stop it for 1 second.
Like a mask on your face, I'll get in the way.
If you see ICE disappearing people.
I told you that's the new buzzword.
Yes. It's like unaliving, disappearing.
We've gone from chaotic to chaos to crisis to disappearing and due process.
And by the way, does this person look exactly like you think somebody who is going to protest ICE looks?
Yeah, well, they're on booster 10.
Can you start this over, Phil? Start it over. There you go. Thanks.
If you see ICE disappearing people in the streets, will you get in the way? If you are charged with enforcing any part of the president's unlawful executive orders, will you resist? If your neighbor needs a place to hide, will you hide them? And right now, as the Maine legislature is trying to scapegoat transgender student athletes bargaining long-held civil rights away in hopes that it will save Maine's federal funding, will you show up for them and say that our human rights aren't for sale? Thank you.
I'm out of breath because I'm wearing a mask in 2025, and my triceps look like an ass cheek. Gee. And you know what I love about this, too, with these people that think they're on the right side or they really believe their cause? You notice they're always reading bullet points from their phone? Like somebody gave them a script? Like, hey, Toots, where did you get that script from?
I can't unsee your bicep.
Look at the tricep there.
Tricep, whatever.
Look at
The ICE disappear.
Look at that thing. Look at that. Now, just imagine being the undershirt or the armpit. Imagine being that person's deodorant and the battles you must fight. You talk about the battle of the bulge.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a battle.
All right. I tease this. I want to get into this, and I don't want to, I have to be careful of how I say this because I'm not advocating anybody gets pepper sprayed. Like, this whole thing got escalated in a bad way. But if you're a female and you're in an Uber and somebody in Arabic starts praying, be honest. Don't give the PC answer. Just be honest. You get a little uneasy, don't you? No?
Let me see this, and then I'll give you my
Well, all
answer.
right. Before we do this, let me just say this. So this woman, she pepper sprayed a Muslim Uber driver after he began praying in Arabic at a red light. She took a plea deal. Her name is Jennifer Gilbolt. She's 23. She pepper sprayed 45-year-old Shalel Muhammad in Manhattan. Gilbolt was initially charged with a hate crime, but denied it was race-related. She entered a plea deal to a lesser charge of second-degree aggravated harassment. Her punishment included 100 hours of community service, alcohol, and anti-bias programs, and no arrest for a year. If she completes the term, she can replead to a violation and avoid a criminal record. So she got a fairly lenient sentence for, pepper spraying somebody. But my point in all of this is that if you're a female, a young female, and you're in a cab or an Uber, do you feel uncomfortable with this? Roll this. Oh, wait, hang on. Is there not?
Oh, okay. Do you have it on your end?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess there were curses in it. So start it over. Roll it.
What the? Get it.
Oh.
What the? Get him out of this. Get him out. Get him out.
I mean, she's clearly intoxicated.
That's my first question right off the bat.
Yeah.
She's in the back with her girlfriend.
Why do it? What? Get him out. Why? Why do you do that?
She talking to her friend?
Yeah. Her friend's standing outside the Uber.
Why the f*** do you just do that? Why did you just do that? Okay.
Begging.
Why did you just do that?
Let's
What the f***?
drunk chicks.
Yeah.
Take your stuff. Let's go. We have to go.
Wow. Well, based on those 72 seconds, I think the punishment fits the crime. I mean, that was. It doesn't. I mean, even if he's praying and he's vocally praying, and obviously you're in that setting. Now, look, do I get it? Now, if you're alone, is it more defensible? Perhaps. If this was a setting in which you're on an airplane and somebody gets up in the aisle of the airplane and then starts shouting things in Arabic, maybe based on past history of this country, maybe you think your days and your minutes are numbered. But what I see there, I think she deserves everything she got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the PC answer is, oh, of course you should never do that. Well, I agree. You should never pepper spray anybody. Yeah. That's outrageous.
Plus, she's in the back seat and she has a friend.
But like, be honest. If you're in an Uber by yourself and somebody starts doing that, you're a little uncomfortable, are you not?
If I'm a female and I'm in the front seat and he starts to begin praying like that, and again, you don't even know that he's really praying,
no,
right?
He's kind of mumbling to himself.
Unless you can interpret Arabic, you don't even know what he's saying. Yeah. Now, as a guy, I mean, I'm not probably doing anything other than maybe texting my wife, like, hey, kind of an uncomfortable situation here. But that's probably it.
Dawn, as a female, are you uncomfortable if you're in a ride share with somebody who does that? No.
No, he's kind of looking down. He's kind of mumbling to himself. There was nothing lying. Threatening there.
No.
I think you're both lying.
No, not at all.
I'm not saying you should pepper spray. I'm not saying either one of you would. I'm just saying that you're uncomfortable in a situation.
Oh yeah,
I just think she's drunk.
Of course she is.
I don't even think she was. I don't know.
Do we know? I don't even want to accuse her of. Okay.
She's chemically influenced.
I'll tell you what I do.
5 stars.
Yeah.
This is what I do every time I get into an Uber or a Lyft. I immediately make conversation with the driver.
Oh, why? Well, you're that guy.
It's not for the full ride. It's just hey, how you doing? How's the day going? Short, chit chat. Weather, great weather, crappy weather.
No.
2 minutes. Not to de-escalate anything, because de-escalate's the wrong word, but just that awkward, bizarre kind of, hey, I'm going to get in the back seat. You're in the front seat. Nobody's having a conversation, and it's just like,
nope.
Well, you're antisocial.
I say, hi, how are you? Thank you very much for this.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all the conversation I want.
See, I go a little bit above that. Unless the guy smells like a ripe onion, then I'm just like,
a ripe onion.
Nothing worse than, by the way, that's the worst. When you get into an Uber driver's car and the thing just reeks, whether it's weed, body odor, over excessive aftershave, 16 different air fresheners.
I want to get to this before we have to break. This is a podcast host, Sam Fragogosa. He had on Elizabeth Warren discussing.
So obviously he doesn't want his podcast to grow.
Her past defense of Biden's mental fitness. Roll this.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental...
Okay, hang on a second.
No. What? Oh, jeez. Is the labeling wrong?
No. Who is this? Who is this person?
I'm just gonna.
Who is this person?
These are the kind of podcasts Liz Warren does.
Okay, so so breathy, and beautiful hair. That's
I'm
all
surprised.
Coughed back.
I'm surprised Michelle Obama didn't beat this person to the punch to get Liz. She's in high demand.
All right, I apologize, Phil. You're doing a lot of work today, and I apologize for that. Roll this.
You regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity. He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't. At that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. The thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
He had a pulse.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He was able to breathe on his own.
There is so much going on in this video.
It's the biggest cover-up of all time.
Oh, my God. Did you see her face?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Of course. She had the same look on her face that Garcia's wife had on her face when Strahan asked her about the domestic violence. It's like, whoops. Didn't expect that fastball. Yeah. Sharp. As sharp as a bag of wet hair. Sharp. S-H-A-R-P. Sharp.
All right, one more, and then we should break. So this happened in Australia, I believe. The Sunshine Coast, right? That's Australia.
I tell you what, if I could ever take a trip, I would love to go to Australia.
So there was some sort of traffic violation that happened in I believe this is Australia, and this is 22. A man was charged after a fatal crash, shooting and a string of alleged carjacking. So this happened in Australia. I said that again. The witnesses were twins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't know. I had to watch this video like 4 times.
To make sure it was real.
To make sure it was real.
And it is.
Is it real?
It is real.
Okay, so this is... I didn't realize when you're twins, and by the way, my sister-in-law just said twins.
Welcome to the family.
Yeah.
Welcome to the family.
Awesome. Twin girls. She has a lifetime of hell ahead of her.
Give her my number.
I'm
I'll give her some
I'm just
pointers.
kidding. I didn't realize when you're twins, you finish each other's sentences.
I actually thought at first that they might be like conjoined.
Conjoined. They're not, though, right?
They're not. And this isn't the... This is, I think, whatever the ABC version of ABC News is in Australia. So this is not some whack job with editing skills.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while
This is
you're
the
here.
best clip of the day, by the way, folks.
Yeah, and I'm waiting until 9:15 to play it. All right, roll this.
Witnesses are recounting some of the drama that unfolded on the Sunshine Coast this afternoon. 2 sisters have told how their mother and man raced to help when the carjacked SUV rolled on Steve Irwin Way, only to find the gun-wielding car thief emerging from the wreck. Here's some of what they had to say.
And one guy, he was up there with our mum, and he went up there, and he was coming back down towards
All right,
us,
just pause
and
it
he
real
goes,
quick. So, Olivia, leave them in there. Yep, right there. So that's Paula and Phil. Just go back so I can read their names a little bit. Just hit your rewind button or whatever you have back there. Bridget and Paula Powers. They're both wearing the same Easter Bunny teal top. I mean, these are definitely identical twins. They're not fraternal like my daughters. And there's no sound dubbing or audio distortion or bad return.
This is real, right?
And trust me, all of us know what it's like when you have your headphones in and you're hearing yourself by accident.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not what's going on here.
No.
All right, continue this.
He went up there, and he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, "Run! He's got a gun!" and our heart started to pound, and I said, "Oh, Mum, where's Mum?" And poor Mum was stuck up there, but apparently our brave Mum, she goes, "Are you all right?" Because he had all blood all over his face. And he goes, "I'll shoot you." She goes, "Hey, I'm here to help." And Mum distracted him to make him look the other way, and he looked the other way, and Mum ran into the bush behind the fence. And the guy goes to her, "I'll find you and I'll shoot you." All I was thinking about when we were running, I hope he doesn't fire. Yeah, we were so blessed.
How close to him do you think you were?
Well, see, he was up there, and we were past our when driveway. You don't think of all of that at the time. No, you just run for your safety.
You know, as a broadcaster, there's 2 things that I subscribe to. 2 people talking at the same time is usually bad. Except when you're finishing each other's sentences for you, then it's unbelievable chemistry and continuity.
By the way, if they want to do mornings, they can come over here and they can co-host an hour of Kayal and Company.
Powers and Company.
It's amazing. It's an amazing. I had to check, but it was Channel 7 News. I guess?
7 in Australia.
In Australia, yeah. By the way, somebody brought up, I thought guns were banned in Australia. I believe they are. So,
Are they?
Yeah. That doesn't mean criminals can't still get them. Shocking, I know.
See, if I was the news reporter there, I would have asked both of them to say, can you put another shrimp on the ballroom? I just want to hear that.
It's an amazing, amazing piece of audio that I waited until 9:15.
Now, before I get ripped by some genius in the YouTube chat, is there some sort of mental disability where these two might have the same issue, and they're spectrumy, or God forbid, so there's one person out there that knows everything in the world that wants to correct everybody. Is that?
Not sure.
All right,
Not sure.
We'll get our crack research team on that. I'll get that answer by Friday. All right, Kayal and company, as we continue, we'll come back and we'll get to Dawn's Big Three. And then I got to defend Kristi Noem.
Yes.
We've been waiting for this story for a while. And we'll do that on the other side. It's Kayal and company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's springtime. You know what that means. I mean, we're going up to 79 degrees today. Spring is here, and this week it's going to feel like summertime, which means you got to get my guys from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to make sure your home is ready and your HVAC is good to go. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned and a military veteran founded company. Take my advice. Call Marvin E. Cans. Get your furnace checked for this time of year for spring. If they feel that your unit, for example, needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price, and they'll install a high-efficiency train furnace, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement System, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard.
I'm gonna fight 'em all. I said the nation army couldn't hold me back.
Kayal and Company. Live on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. It's been such a good show that we only got through 2 or 3 of our 8 or 9 things on the show sheet. How about that?
We still have to get into Chrissy Dome, though.
We are. We will not leave Christy unattended.
Do you want to do that in the Big Three?
We can do it whenever you'd like. I was going to let Dawn have the floor here for the Big Three, and then we could...
I'm not telling you how to do the Big
up.
Three, Dawn
It's up to
says,
you.
but if you want to do the story in the Big Three.
Depends on what she has.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got 3 things she really likes. How about that?
I like Christina.
I did too. 9:28. Let's get to it, Dawn Stensland. Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big Three is sponsored this morning, sponsored by The Gift of Life. We have, man, where do I begin?
All right, let's start with Christy Nome then.
I know. we have the Christy Nome story, but let's start with Christy. I'll go with Christy Nome. I was going to say, I'll just say quickly, I'll headline this for you. I'll focus at 10 on this more. But we do have the trial underway with opening arguments beginning as I speak. And this is in the case of Maurice Hill, accused of shooting, but not killing, thank God, not maiming those 6 police officers. It'll be 6 years ago this August. So that trial underway in Philadelphia. It made national headlines. Everybody was here from the networks covering it. It was incredible and really gripped the entire city. That's number one. Number two.
So just to clarify,
yes.
that was pre-pandemic. That was 2019?
Yes.
Okay. All
right before.
Yep.
And Rich Ross, if you remember, was the police commissioner at the time, and that was unfortunately why Rich Ross handled it beautifully. And then, unfortunately, Rich Ross, our police commissioner, he left, and that teed up a new, I'll be honest, less experienced, less competent police commissioner that Mayor Kenny chose right as the pandemic was beginning. And so it just kind of supersized the disaster and chaos in City Hall. So we had that going on. Number two, I will say, Real ID, the law goes into effect May 7th. So the morning after May 6th, our great Politics and Pints event, May 7th, you need a Real ID if you want to go through airport security or enter a federal government building.
I'm going through this right now because my my license expired, and my wife was just like, "You should just get a Real ID right now." And I went to my local DMV, and the line was out the door.
Of course it was.
So I'm like, "Nope, not going to do this."
Yeah, no.
No, I don't have time. I don't have time in my day to sit there for 2 hours at the DMV.
Yeah, you should have scheduled and made an appointment.
Yeah.
But
I'll get right on that.
If you have to fly someplace, or if you now, I wonder if you have your passport, can you get away with? Do you still need the Real ID?
You know, it's funny you say that. Bruno and Farish have both been tweeting about this a ton, shockingly. But they both are saying that this is such a non-issue, and that people that are up in their feelings about government ID and being tracked and. I get it. It's an arduous process. We don't want to have to go to the DMV, like Stalker said, and deal with that hellhole of a disaster. But is it really that big of a deal? What is so infringing on you by the government with this ID? Aren't we the party that says, show me your ID to vote? And now all of a sudden we have an issue with Real ID? Why is ID a controversial thing in any aspect of life?
Well, I think the issue is that a lot of states are not fully compliant. And so to Greg Stocker's point, that's why you have these long lines. But as of May 7th, TSA, Transportation Security Administration, you know how we love TSA, they are planning to beef up and bolster all their TSA crews, because if you're trying to go to the airport and you don't have this, you can't get on a flight. That's what they're claiming.
Good. What's the gripe about that? Don't we want our airlines safe and secure? Don't we want TSA to be able to screen people properly? Wouldn't everybody be complaining if it was an MS-13 member or a Middle Eastern terrorist? Now all of a sudden ID is an issue? Just shut up and get it, or don't get it and don't fly. How about that? Take a Winnebago.
And speaking of ID, well, that's one of the real, I don't know if she had a regular driver's license or a Real ID, but she had her passport. This is Christy Nome. She was at Capitol Burger. She's the Homeland Security Secretary, Christy Nome, former governor. And so her handbag, her pocketbook, including $3,000 in cash, all of her IDs, including her ID to get in the building, which is a security risk.
Yeah.
All of that was stolen, and by this guy And we don't know, was she targeted because she's the Homeland Security Secretary? Or you never put your pocketbook, your bag on the floor, but that's what she did. So the guy kind of scooches over. You see him on the security video. He kind of scooches over with his foot.
Oh, is there video?
Drags the bag. Well, that's how they're describing it.
Okay. If the video exists, I'd like to see it because I know everybody's like, well, why does she need $3,000 in cash? First of all, it's not like Fonnie Willis when she had $40,000 in cash in her pillowcase at night.
The cash is not the issue.
The cash is not the issue to
No.
me.
The
To me,
IDs are of concern.
So I don't even view that. You know, this is a security issue.
Yeah.
Again, how does the Secret I mean, do we really have this like distorted view of what the Secret Service is? Are they really an inept organization? Everything we've ever heard about the Secret Service, and if you follow where I'm going here, July 13th, Butler, Pennsylvania, Trump's golf course, September, West Palm. Now, Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, is at a ritzy burger joint, and somebody can swipe her purse.
And this guy's wearing, like a medical mask, as if he has a cold or whatever. There were, according to sources, and who is this? CBS News, NBC News, they're reporting that according to their sources, at least 2 on-duty plainclothes members of the U.S. Secret Service were seated at the restaurant's bar in between where Noem was seated and the front doors.
Oh, so they weren't sitting with her. They were kind of stationed elsewhere.
They were watching her and
Got it.
allegedly providing security.
She's a disaster.
She is a hot mess.
She is.
And we talk about, the dog story. We talk about holding the gun at the guy's head in the photo op.
The problem is that her job, guys, I hate to say this because I know everyone's like, oh my God, you can't talk about somebody who's on our team. The problem is that she has a clerical job. That's basically her job.
Why are you
and she's out here and she's out there in the field taking pictures. Like, stop it. Just stop it. Like,
she's a victim of a crime.
What did she do wrong? This is where I disagree with Stocker. Yes, she is a hot mess on past situations. What did she do wrong here? She did nothing wrong here.
Crime victim.
What did she? If somebody can tell me what Kristi Noem did wrong. She sat down.
It is just
she put her purse down.
It's the collection of everything that she did. Like she leaves stuff in her purse. She leaves her purse down there. This is ridiculous. It doesn't happen to anybody else.
That's a general broad issue, I think.
It's just it's ridiculous. You have a target on your back, and I don't mean that in a violent sense, but you have your target. Like, just keep your stuff with you. You know what I mean? Like this badge that I have that basically just gets us in the building. Right. Like it's always in my pocket. I don't leave it in, it laying around. And
all she did was put it down on the floor like I do my little bag here.
You're never supposed to do that as a woman. You don't. First of all, it's bad luck.
Well, where's she supposed to keep it? Next to her water on the table?
Put it on the right on the table, or figure out how to put it on the back of. You're really not even supposed to put it on the back of your chair, quite frankly.
I think the bigger question here is, and again, Dawn, I'll defer to you. You're the female with purses. So you got driver's license, medication, apartment keys.
BPO, you stupid idiot.
What?
Greg's a misogynist. Am I? Okay, let's take Kristi Noem out and put Kamala in there, sweetheart. What do you think? What would you say then? Oh, she's an idiot. Oh, she's this, she's that. If it was Hillary, how would you feel? You dope.
Well,
get off my YouTube. Get off my YouTube chat. Get out of here. Thank you.
Driver's license, medication, apartment keys, passport, access badge. So she's got her Odyssey badge, makeup bag, blank checks, $3,000 in cash. I'm not even turned off by $3,000 in cash. I'd actually love to have $3,000 in cash.
Shave says she needs a guard dog.
I know. A dog would.
She would shoot it.
Here's the question we have to examine. Why do women feel the need to have an entire locker's worth of stuff in a purse? Is it really necessary?
No. Like when I went to Italy.
You go bare essentials, right?
My family bought me this little.
Yeah, right.
You wear it like against your body.
And you could
wear it crossbody.
Yeah, and you could fit your basic stuff there, right? Little eyeshadow, your phone, your debit card. If you have insulin.
Yep.
Yeah, keys.
Fit it across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see these women. So I'm going to be called a misogynist. They have a purse the size of a book bag, like it's the first day of 5th grade.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're going out for French fries. Hey, what do you got? A CVS in there? And then it always happens, too, by the way. I always have to give my wife my keys and my wallet, like when I go into a restaurant with them, because I don't like to carry things in my pocket, and I don't want it on the table next to my drink or the salt shaker. And then when we get ready to leave, I say, all right, hand me the keys. And it's always when it's like 90 degrees outside or 10 degrees outside, and I want to get into the vehicle as quickly as possible to put the heat or the air conditioning on. And asking for the keys back an hour later is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, she's digging.
Yeah, I mean, like, they always go to the bottom.
Yeah.
I am anti-purse.
All I'm saying on this, if this was anybody else but Kristi Noem, the radio shows like this one would be having a field day. That's all I'm saying. And just because we agree with her, we have to say it's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine because she's on my team.
I think it's a news story, the fact that she had it swiped. Yeah. But I don't really think it comes down to politics one way. To me, the biggest question is, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? I mean, do we know?
They're eating a burger.
Do we? Yeah, right. Do we know if Noam went to the women's room and left the purse there unattended, or did this guy do it while she was presumably with her feet on the floor next to the bag?
Here's what they say, that it was. They don't know if she was targeted because she is who she is, but they said that the law enforcement reviewed all the surveillance footage.
Yeah.
They say that within minutes, the guy, you see him, he sits, he scoots his chair close to hers before carefully taking his foot, sliding her purse with his foot toward him. Then you see him sort of bending down, gets the purse, places it under his jacket, and then walks out of the restaurant down the street.
Okay, so let's forget it. To me, it's almost it's irrelevant as to whether or not it was targeted or if this person knew who she was. Odds are, I'm going to say the answer is no. I think there's probably a better chance that nobody knew who she was. But let's think about this in the restaurant. So let's just say where Dawn is sitting right now is Kristi Noem. And I'm the Secret Service, and Greg Stocker is purse creep.
I love this. Let's do this.
And I start to see Greg Stocker with a mask on, by the way.
Yep, of course.
Slowly work his way towards Kristi Noem's purse on the floor next to the high heel she's wearing.
To your point, scooching toward her.
Scooching.
You know, if I'm Agent Jones and Deputy Smith at the bar, don't I immediately pounce on this guy?
Yeah.
What were they doing? Shh.
We have a scoocher.
I have an F9. That's code for scoocher. Yeah. We've got a purse klepto.
Right.
Where was Sam Bankman-Fried, by the way?
91 Ellis Axer. I don't want to hear about Biden's documents being in a garage anymore. It's a good point. What? Don't be frivolous. Don't be frivolous with this stuff. You can't. I just said, with this stupid badge that we have here that basically gets you nowhere, nobody wants it, but like I keep it on me all the time. Like, keep your stuff on you. I don't care about the $3,000, but like, stuff's gonna happen. People are gonna steal things.
Do we know?
It's an imperfect world, Bender.
Screws fall out.
Screws fall out.
Do we know if the video exists? Does anybody have that answer?
Because they're quoting this surveillance footage that was viewed by law enforcement, but I don't know that they've yet released it. So it would be nice to see. To your point,
it's the compilation of everything with her, with the gun and the pictures and the high heels and it's enough with her. Enough with Kristi Noem. Just deport people. That's all I care about. Stop with your photo ops. Stop going out and losing stuff. Stop.
Well, she's the flashy piece to represent.
She has a clerical job. Stay inside and do your clerical job. Let Tom Homan be down at the border.
Well, wait a minute. She's got the same role. Wait, no, I'm going to totally rip you.
Okay.
She's got the same role as Alejandro Mayorkas, does she not? Didn't we see that stooge all over TV for 4 years? So why is it any different with Noem?
I don't care about TV. I'm talking about these photo ops that she's doing.
Well,
she can be on TV.
Okay.
It's Pam Bondi I don't want on TV. Well, she can be on TV. It's fine.
I don't know. I think the lead here on this story is the failures of the Secret Service yet again. There needs to be an investigation into that entire group.
The guy wasn't scooching toward her to stab her.
Moosey, Greg, enough of you. Okay, dude. Let me just go. Let me just leave, okay? How about that? I'll just leave for you, Moosey.
I mean, look.
Get off my YouTube. If you don't like what we do here, get off.
I have criticized her for the gun. Like I said, even I know not to point the barrel at somebody else's head, whether it's loaded or not. I use the Alec Baldwin thing. The set of Rust. The dog execution thing, not a good look. I got a defender here.
Not a good look.
Well, not a good look. Whatever.
Greg needs a vacation.
She didn't.
Yes, I do.
No, he doesn't. He just came back.
I'm leaving again.
For 6 days.
I'm leaving again, and we have to
All right.
break. We're way
We
over.
have to do Gift
Everybody
of Life.
vacations around here except for me and Dom. It's
Join
unbelievable.
Gift of Life for the 28th Annual Donor Dash this Sunday, April 27th, Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or the 10K run or the 3K walk. Register today. Donors, the1.org. Donors, the1.org. Gift of Life, sponsoring Big 3.
Where do you keep your purse? 610-63.
Oh, Moosey, you can't quit me, sweetie. You know you can't. You love it. I'm like your crack. You have to say, oh, what can I be outraged by what Greg's going to say next?
How do you know Moosey's even a female?
I don't know. I just like to call him Sweetie. Because if they're big, tough males, it gets all in their feelings.
Well, Sweetie is gender neutral the last time I looked.
It is.
In this inclusive world.
I'm sure there's some failed radio hosts somewhere talking about something you want to listen to, so go listen to them. Thank you.
He's all triggered. Nick.
I'm back, ladies and gentlemen.
We got to take some purse calls when we come back, too.
Okay. All right.
Kayal and Company back after this.
Natural lawn, Dawn.
Natural Lawn of America. My lawn is so green and lush, and I'm loving it. It looks so, seriously, already, it looks so good, and we're just beginning spring. And that's the thing. That's why I love Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company for my family. We really shopped around, and we are thrilled to have them. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family, your pets, your kids. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. That's what they've done for us. But you don't have to take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners who are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. Start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today. You get free seeding every year. You're going to love this. If you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus that free seeding, call Natural Lawn. 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. I'm telling you, we've had them for years. Natural Lawn of America. Choose my lawn care company. Locally owned, family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. This is personalized, full service lawn care. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kinda crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails. It's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms or visit dkappliances.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:51. Let's get to some calls here. 855-839-1210. We've got men, we've got women, and we've got aspiring politicians. Let me actually start with one of my favorite callers, the great Ed Durr from New Jersey. Ed, your thoughts on this story?
All right, listen, you are spot on, Nick, and Greg, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You sound like a guy who hollers at women because of the way they dress to be hit on. A woman has a right to put anything she wants in a purse, and it's not her fault if somebody takes it. It's the Secret Service's fault of allowing this gentleman to get so close to her. Their job is to protect her, and for him to be able to kick the purse away from her, they failed their job.
So
that is the issue.
So Ed, you would say this if it was Kamala Harris?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with the Secret Service failed. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. She's had some questionable things, the gun issue and all, and she does do a lot of photo ops. But let's be honest, that's exactly what she was hired for a lot of the look of the administration. So
I don't disagree with that. They don't bring in ugly women. That's for sure. Let's go to T. She's in Cherry Hill, and she's got some purse positioning etiquette. T, hello.
Hi, how you guys doing?
We're
Hello,
well.
Dawn. Rocco says to say hello.
Hello.
I have to tell you, I carry my purse under my arm like a football. If I get in a restaurant and I'm at a booth, it's next to me, closest to the wall. And if I'm sitting in a chair, it's on the floor. My feet are kind of hugging it, and I have the strap around my foot.
Okay,
And
well,
this,
how
I
do
even
we-
do that at
T,
I even do that
T,
at
how
a
do we-
wedding, and I know those people.
T, how do we know she didn't have the purse right next to her feet on the floor?
If somebody was moving my purse and the strap is wrapped around my foot, I would feel it. And my bigger question is, where were the Secret Service when
That-
somebody was scooching next door?
That to me is the crux of this story. Another
absolutely.
fail.
I agree with you on
Yeah.
that. I'm just saying she's a hot mess. That's all I'm saying.
Lastly, Irwin in Burlington. Hello, Irwin.
Oh, good morning, Nick. I can't wrap my head around it. So the Secretary of Homeland Security could not secure her own handbag in a restaurant. Now there's a vote of confidence in that woman, don't you think?
Well, I mean, to me,
only the best people, only the best, according to Trump, right?
So let's visualize this. Do we really think the person? Thanks for the call, Irwin. Do we really think the purse was any more than maybe 6 inches away from her physical body? I mean, I don't think it was, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're sitting there at the floor and you put it next to your right leg, is it more than a foot away from you?
Yeah.
By the way, that takes a lot of nerve for somebody to try to steal the purse, considering how close it presumably was to her.
Phil, I hate to do this to you, but I don't think we have time to
understand.
do this. I don't think we have time to do
I'm
your
just looking at the clock, too.
today in music history. Sorry.
Music and movies preempted by purses.
I didn't realize this would take on the life it did.
Yeah.
Should have done
Really
this earlier.
did.
Sorry.
We'll do a big take on purses
Well,
tomorrow.
If you want to stick around, you could do it at in the 10 o'clock.
Yeah, why don't you hang out with
I
us?
will hang out, but
Just
no
hang
problem.
out.
It's more prime real estate for you,
Right?
pal. You can expand your brand.
Maybe that's the second or third time I've done a Dawn show.
There you go.
We'll hear about Metallica,
Yeah.
Syracuse, whole weekend.
And what else do you have on tap, Don?
And so we are going to go through all of it. The latest with locally this trial of Maurice Hill, 6 officers. Are they in the court? Those 6 cops who were shot. And is this an indictment on D.A. Krasner? So this is his case. Remember, Maurice Hill surrendered to Krasner. Will part of the defense say that his rights were violated? That was a conflict. So we'll get into that local case. But there's so much that's breaking and developing with Trump, Pete Hegseth, the Pope. The list goes on and on. We got it all covered.
Hey, stay away from my bag. Who is this down there? It's Kayal and Company. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Bruno, tomorrow, Dawn is up next with Phil Almquist. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past, whether it's boosting your immune system or helping